Right. I have no earthly idea where I was. Right here. Oh, my neck. Oh, my neck. Yum. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh no. Oh no 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 na 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 na. Dog won't stop barking. Quite cold in here. Nonsense. Middle of the summer. And by the middle of the summer, I mean it's the beginning of June, so it just kind of started, but the point kind of remains the same. Right. That's a little too. My nose itches. Over this way. Yeah. Hi, buddy. No. No. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh na 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 dun na 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 dun. Like I'm zooming right now. Like a cheat code. Oh my gosh. Like lightning. Like lightning. Boom, chicka chicka boom, ba ba 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 boom, boom, boom. I'm having a hard time telling if my points or if my clicks are on point. I'm like in the zone right now. I don't know. Kind of seems like I am. It kind of seems like I'm there. Like I'm doing something insane right now. I mean, I am doing something insane. That is very true. I'm a little nervous about when I start placing carpet, for one main reason. Basically, I gotta like not mess up because of how easy it is to break a slime block with the left click. I don't think carpet is insta-break. I don't know. I guess I'll cross that bridge when we get there. We still clearly have a very long way to go. We're nowhere near. Nowhere near being done, so we have 100,000 more. Basically everything I've done up until this point I gotta do again, which just makes me kind of sad when I... I guess we're a little over halfway done. Just, I don't know, that's a cool place to be, I suppose. That could be not. Psychofish, what's going on? Do I remember you? Yes. I remember your name anyways. I don't remember any conversation. I don't remember much of the conversation that we had in the past. That was, what, a week ago? Over a week ago, something like that. But I do remember your name, so how are you? Welcome to the stream. We're back. I was able to get a little bit of slime block placed while I was busy over the past week, but I don't know, I placed like 50,000 blocks maybe, somewhere around there. How are you though? Hope all is good in your world. Oh man, I'm so sore. I am so sore. I worked out yesterday. Yesterday was a hard day. Not I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was an enjoyable workout, but I am paying the price today. But that's okay. How long did this take? Which part? Placing or collecting? Or both? Huh. So like, I guess initially I placed about 70,000 blocks, and that took me a few days. And that took, I don't know, give or take 15 hours, 20 hours to collect, something like that. So that happened over a couple of days. But to collect all 64,000 slime blocks, that took about 5 weeks and about 60 hours of collecting slime balls and then turning them into slime blocks, which I used a slime farm that has auto crafters attached to it, so I didn't actually make any of these, but the auto crafters did. So that took about 5 weeks, and then placing all this slime has taken me, I don't know, I think probably a total of like a week. I don't know how many hours it totals up to. It's not very many. It's probably 10 or 15. I don't know, because I don't really, like, for a large majority of this, I wasn't doing it on stream. I was doing it and would record, but would watch, like, One Piece or something on the side, YouTube videos, TV shows, stuff like that. So I don't really know how long I've actually sat here and done it. It's probably 15 or 20 hours. Mr. Tom, what's going on? Welcome back. What happened to my Enderman farm? The Enderman farm's over there. But they're spawning on the slime. So it doesn't work. But yeah, I guess because there's more room now to spawn. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with the Enderman. I don't think too much about it. I'm just placing slime, you know what I mean? Doing what I can to get ahead, that's all. This will be my life for the next, I don't know, 20 or 30 hours probably. It's exciting. It's exciting. There's nothing else I'd rather do. I mean, if I'm being honest, there's nothing. There's probably other things I think I would. Would I rather do something? Nah, I thoroughly kind of enjoy this. It's pretty relaxing. Oh, I hear my baby girl talking to me. Hey, baby! Are you having fun? Good. What am I doing? I'm placing slime. Just ridiculous amounts of slime. We're making a floor in the end, and then eventually, someday, once this is complete, we will remove these bottom half pillars. Remove these pillars from underneath here, and then we will place carpet on top of all this and make a really cool design that I have in mind. So, but in the meantime, I get to think about what that's going to look like, and I don't know, I get to be bored enough that I get to come up with something cool in my mind and hopefully can turn it into something really cool in Minecraft. That's actually what's happening here. What are you doing? That's the real question. You know what I mean? I'm getting pretty good at placing slime, though. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm kind of locked in at the moment. I mean, I'm looking efficient. Extremely efficient. Except for that one. I was saying earlier, I'm a little worried about, like, when I place the carpet, because if I misplace a carpet, I don't think carpet insta-breaks, but slime does when you left-click. So, if I lose slime, I'm going to be really sad. Froggy Minecraft, are you going to make the end only slime? No. I'm not. So, this is just so I can put carpet on it and fall down and jump on it. I'm making a massive trampoline. But this whole thing is going to be, I'm going to get rid of the end island, and I'm building a monument. So yeah, basically, it's going to be for Optic Gaming. They're my favorite gaming organization, and they're the reason I got into content creation and really fell in love with gaming in general. And so it's a monument to them. But the slime is purely because when I was thinking of different floor items, I looked up blocks that Enderman couldn't spawn on, and the website that I used told me that they wouldn't spawn on slime blocks, which clearly is a lie. And I thought it would look cool, so I started it, found out that they do spawn on it, and then decided, okay, I'll put carpet on top. That will stop them from spawning, but I can put a design on top. Oh yeah, there's nothing more fun than placing slime in a void. I can't think of anything else I'd rather do. But yeah, no, it's gonna be really cool when it's done. It's just getting to the end point that kind of, and it's kind of tiring. I don't know the words I'm looking for, but it's the journey, right? It's the process over the result. That's what they say anyways. You gotta enjoy the journey, okay? It's the process. Fall in love with the process. I don't know. But here we are. Placing slime, developing carpal tunnel and arthritis. Also that one day, I can look down from somewhere and look at this massive space and be like, ah, look at me. I placed 1 million blocks and it looks really cool. And the crazy thing is there's no guarantee that anyone else is going to like the way it looks. But at the end of the day, I'm going to love it. And I guess that's all that matters. I don't know. I don't actually know. I'm so far away from the end result that it doesn't really matter, does it? At this point, if I just got the floor done, got the slime blocks in, I would probably be happy with that. Because the next step is just collecting a ridiculous amount of carpet. And like that, I'm not gonna lie to you, the amount of carpet and wool that I'm gonna have to collect, the amount of shearing I'm gonna have to do, it makes my stomach churn. You know what I mean? Like I get a little queasy thinking about it. But the crazy part is I complain about it like I didn't sign my own self up for it. You know? I don't know. It's moments like this where I realize my mom didn't raise a punk. And they're like, you know, my mom always, both my parents actually were always like, look, if you start something, dadgummit, you finish it. Here we are. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Froggy? Here we are. You like it? Oh, well, you know what? Thank you. Thank you. It's a cool color for the end, though. Like, if we're being honest, this is a really cool color for the end. Right? Maybe I'm coping, but whatever. I don't care. I just remind myself that this build isn't for anybody else. It's my own idea and it's for me. So that I can sleep at night. Bow, bow, no, no, no. Bow, no, no, no. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I appreciate that there are other people out there that are like-minded like me and realize that the Minecraft world that you create is for you and not for anybody else, whether you share it on the internet or not. I'm always blown away. Like I'm not a big Reddit guy. I don't understand Reddit. There's a level of rules on Reddit that confuse me. But I see people that put posts on there, photos of their world, who don't make content, who are just like, hey, I made this thing and I think it's cool and I want to show you. Or Pinterest, right? On Pinterest, even Instagram, any of those things. And I'm just blown away at the ability of other people who play Minecraft, like their building ability. It blows my mind away. Because like I've never considered myself a really great builder. I don't know. I just play. But there's some builds out there that I'm like, I don't even know how you thought of that. And then to not only think of it, but to actually make it happen in Minecraft is crazy to me. Or I guess impressive is the better term. Not crazy. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It takes so long so I give up. Ah, see, I used to be like that. Maybe I am still like that. I don't know. I try not to give up nowadays, but no, like obviously there's like days where you just don't want to do, like when you've been doing this for 4 weeks straight and you're like, yeah, I can't look at another slime block. Yeah, it makes sense. You know what I mean? I don't know. And then people are like, yeah, I've been playing on mobile for, this is my mobile world. I've been playing on it for 10 years. and they built something on mobile that I can't even fathom trying to build on mobile, let alone build on like Java, like in Java or Bedrock on a PC. I'm like mind blown. There are so many skilled Minecrafters out there, people who just play casually just because they love the game. I don't know. Minecraft is such a beautifully made game. So if you give up, what are you working on currently? Is there something that you're working on that you're about to give up on, or did you give up on a recent project and moved on to a new one? Do you ever return? Dude, I got so many questions. Do you ever return to like your older projects? Because right now, this is my second mega build that I'm working on. I have one in the overworld that is not complete, but I've done a decent amount of work on, and then decided I was tired of working on it, so I started working on this. Oh, on Xbox. Okay, that even on console, that's a level of skill that I don't have. I played a little bit on console, but it feels so weird to me. Mainly because I've only ever really played Minecraft on a PC. But I grew up playing console, if that makes any sense. So I grew up playing like Call of Duty and stuff like that. I'm a diehard Call of Duty fan. It wasn't until I was a bit older that I started getting into PC gaming. But I really only play like Minecraft on the PC. I have some other games on here, but I rarely play them. Which is kind of sad. I probably should play them more, but I don't know. I just love Minecraft, you know? Sand art? Wait, what is sand art? How does that work? That's a fascinating concept, because I'm thinking like beach sand art. Like that? Maybe it's not that, but that sounds so insane, but so complicated. I imagine there has to be some kind of base layer, and then come on, brother, out the way, help me out. Some kind of base layer, and then you put sand on top. All right. Doo. I got a text. I was responding to it. Okay. We're gonna see how long I can place these blocks like this before I'm tired of, like, my wrist starts to hurt. And then at that point, I may go to the overworld. I don't know yet. I'm a little bit nervous of streaming right now and being in the inn. So we had a major storm last night. Almost had from what the photos that I've seen, we had a massive tornado lane near us, about 10 miles away from where I currently live, and the storm headed our way, but the tornado broke like as the storm entered the city, which is really, really awesome, because that tornado was so big that it doesn't look like a tornado. I don't know if that makes sense. Make sand using torches. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, okay. So you place all the sands, X amount of sand, and then you place... I'm so confused as to how that works, but that seems insane. Have you done this before, or is this your first time attempting it? Did you come up with that idea, or did you see somebody do it? And then we're like, I gotta try this. I'm gonna have to look this up, because I don't think I've ever seen it. The only thing that I can think of was, oh, what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. He has the hardcore world he died in, that was 5 years old. Hold on. Who was it? Bilza, there we go. Oh, well, I had a storm not too long ago. Really? Yeah, this bad boy was huge. I've seen some photos of some of the wind damage and the hail damage that came with it, and it's not pretty. Fortunately, it seems like our place is okay. I haven't done a super deep job of looking around the house and everything, but we don't have any shattered windows from what I can tell. But I know some people that do. We had baseball-sized hail, and that was pretty bad last night. And apparently, we're supposed to have another really major storm this evening. So that's kind of a, when it rains, it pours. No pun intended there. But we've done it for years. That's crazy. What a unique idea. That does sound horrific to attempt. So you have to gather all the sand by hand. Oh, my brother's FaceTiming. 1 second. Yo, what's up? I'm streaming. I'm recording. But you might want to hit up my wife. They probably will. Yeah, they're awake. What do you mean? It is 9:15. We start the day at 7:45. Yeah. The house okay? Alright, good. Really? Nervous? One second. Before you... Let's see, it's all over my channel now, and you just hit 1K subs. Congratulations. Have you been working towards 1K for a while? And sorry, my brother's on the phone. He's, obviously he lives where I live, so, but his experience of the storm was a bit different from mine. Alright, what's up? Yeah. 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 You're offended? Why? I've been doing it for a couple of days, so I'm really proud. Congratulations. Yeah. Right. Right. I could hear the storm from the basement. I was like, that is insane. I've never heard anything like it. I can't imagine what you guys are hearing. I've seen photos of the storm. I saw the tornado because watching the news, the rotation at one point hit coming over our neighborhood. They were like, because it landed near Reese, and then the rotation of the storm was over our neighborhood, and they were like, it's too dark for us to tell if the tornado's still there or if it's gone. And I was like, if it's there, our neighborhood's getting destroyed. And then this morning I saw a photo of how big that tornado was. It doesn't even look like a tornado. I can't tell that it's a tornado. Yeah. Yeah, it would have ripped the whole city in half. And we're supposed to have another storm come tonight, but I don't know if it's supposed to be tornadoes or if it's just hail. R1 and friends, hi. Why so much slime blocks? I'm putting in a floor. Well, really, it wasn't supposed to be this many, but I'm not good at counting because I was kind of half paying attention. So these blocks here, the dirt, should be half as long as they are. So it should be like right around here. But anyways, I thought it'd be cool to put a trampoline in here. I thought Enderman couldn't spawn on slimes. Obviously, that's not the case. So then I'm going to put a design on it out of carpet. So it's going to work out in the end, but that's why. I thought it would be cool. There's no other reason. Thinking of making something like that, but I don't know. Should, why not? I mean, other than the fact that it's time consuming, but why not, you know what I mean? But, yeah, no, I can hear my kids in the backyard, so I don't know what y'all guys got planned today, but you're welcome to come over. Alright, is she off? Oh. Really? What time do you... Wait, what time? What, you play at 10 where? Alright, cool. We'll see, I'm sure we can make it. If I make something like that, it would look, if I make something like that, because it's easy, like this? I mean, anything that's going to be this large is going to look crazy. Yeah, I know. That's where it started. And from what I've heard, there's only been one injury, which I hope they're okay. I mean, I don't know how bad the injury is. Yeah. I've never seen anything that big in my life. Even the last year or the year before, there was a tornado out near Loveland. And, it wasn't as big or as mean looking as this one was. This one was dark. I was like, oh my gosh. I kept thinking about, like, this tornado is as big as it is, even though we're in a basement, what happens if the hospital's hit? Yeah, I know. I was like, so how do we get out? We still gonna be okay even though we're in a basement? What happens? You know? No. Said that not much people watch your stream because you take ages getting this stuff and that. I mean, I can't change the fact that people don't watch it. I have, you know, I'm close to 2,000 subscribers, right? And I think about it like this, like it's a process. And if people aren't watching my stream, it's probably because it's my own fault, right? Like YouTube has an algorithm that is quite arguably the best in the world in terms of helping small content creators get noticed. And the reality is I got to pump out better content. Yeah, I put in a lot of time, but just because you put in a lot of time and put in a lot of hard work doesn't mean that you get success, right? I think the cool thing about success is that it doesn't care how much work you put in. It doesn't care what your background is. It doesn't care who you are. There is no guarantee. And, but the only guarantee is that you won't be successful if you don't try, right? And so, I don't know, I think with YouTube, it's always if you're not finding the quote-unquote success that you want, then you need to be looking into the mirror and figuring out what you're doing wrong. And for me, I know that I can be doing better at storytelling. I can do a whole lot better in terms of like putting together like my videos, planning out my videos, executing on the ideas for those videos. Yes, I have cool ideas in terms of builds, but if I'm not showcasing and telling that story in the proper way, then it doesn't matter how cool the idea is. It doesn't matter how much time I spend playing the game or how much time I spend collecting an item. People aren't going to watch. And so, I don't know, I think that was the hardest lesson I learned when it came to YouTube is like, there's a reason it's called YouTube. It's your fault. If you're not doing well, it's on you. If you are doing well, it's on you. If someone's doing better than you and you're in the same space, watch what they're doing, figure out what they're doing, and see if you can learn from it, right? It's all in your hands. All right, heck yeah, do it. Down? Why not? So, wait, what? So they're in I'm live streaming, so they're in a chat, and so they can hear me talk, but they're sending me messages via the chat, so I can respond to them. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, they're just messaging it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't watch how many viewers I have. I have that turned off, and then if there's a message to respond to, I respond to it. Cause like if you don't have it off, you'll sit there and just stare at it, and you'll make yourself feel worse when you're like, oh, I don't have this many, and blah 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 blah. You know. I'd just rather chill and play the game and stream and respond to chat when there's people in here. Yeah, on YouTube and on Kick. I'm multi-streaming because I'm alts. Alright. Alright. Let me know if you guys decide to come over. Alright. Alright. Sorry about that. Had the brother calling in. He, obviously we were talking about the storm last night because he was in a different area of the city. And, yeah, I don't know. Glad to know that all my family is okay. No! Not what I was trying to do there. Alright, I'm gonna turn my heater back on because now it's starting to get a little chilly in here again. The benefits of being in a cold office, or an office that sits under a tree, a massive tree in my backyard that covers my office. Oh, my ear. Oh, my ear. Oh, my ear. Dude, I am zooming. It doesn't feel like I'm going nearly as far because I'm placing 3 rather than 1, but that's okay. I guess also I'm like half paying attention when I'm not streaming and placing these blocks, and since I'm only doing 1 line at a time when I don't stream, it seems like it goes faster because I'm watching like a video or something, so I'm just not paying attention. Swift Sneak? Yeah. I need soul speed or whatever. You're gonna make a crazy farm or something like that? Ooh. Ooh. You should make an insane farm. What's the farm gonna be of? That's the real question. What are you gonna collect? Or are you gonna make like a actual animal farm with like a barn and everything? I have yet to do that in Minecraft. I've made like little small pins and stuff, right, with just fences, but I don't think I've ever made an actual barn farming area, which seems kind of odd when I think about it. All the years that I've played Minecraft, I've never done it. Not entirely sure why, but I need to make a creeper farm. Are creeper farms actually more efficient than a normal mob farm? I know it gets you gunpowder, but is it actually more efficient? I don't know how they even work. Because I have a really good mob farm, so if it's not more efficient, then I don't understand the point of making it other than it just sorts everything out. Does that make sense? Because I need tons of gunpowder. I already have a sand and gravel / concrete powder duper over on that side. Yeah, it's over there. Like right on that corner. I already have that. I just don't have a creeper farm, which I've been lazy and just haven't made. And when I made the mob farm initially, I was like, man, should I just make a creeper farm? And I was like, no, because I want bones and like spider eyes and stuff like that. So I opted into making the actual mob farm. But now that I don't know how many days into this world, 2,537 days into the world, I feel like I should have a creeper farm. It's good for AFK. Okay, Quacky! Quacky! Hi, Spunky, I'm sick. No! No, I'm sorry, dude. Being sick sucks. I hope you get well soon, because that's never fun. Welcome to the stream. So but the gunpowder farms are good for AFKing. I don't know. Maybe I should just go make one. You make them over the ocean, or like, does it matter? I feel like you make them over the ocean, right? Kind of the same way you make other mob farms. I'm kind of surrounded by ocean, so I'm like on a really massive, not really a massive island, but it's kind of an island almost. Not really. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm surrounded by some oceans, so I can put them in different spots, I guess. It doesn't really matter? Okay. Okay. Maybe it's worth doing. Maybe I should. I don't know. Like, maybe to give myself a break from placing slime or something. I get tired of doing this, which I'm not really that... It's really weird to say this, but I guess because I spent so much time collecting all this, I don't feel the need to go do anything else. Like, I'm really enjoying this. I need to get a spiky thing in my arm. I'm scared. Oh no! Do shots scare me? Not really. I mean, I don't enjoy the process of being stabbed for a shot or to get a IV. It's not something I enjoy, right? It's not comfortable. But it doesn't scare me. Like, I had a basketball coach when I played that that like couldn't watch it happen. He would have to have like a nurse sit there with him because he would almost pass out, and in some rare cases would actually pass out. But I guess I can't blame him, because like if I see someone bleeding, I can see a little bit of blood and be okay, but if it's like a healthy amount of blood, I start to get really nauseous, which is really weird because I don't know why it happens. I have like no earthly idea why it happens. Give me that. Alright. Ba ba ba. Alright. Yeah, look at me go. They call me Lightning McQueen. You're creating a new world? Ooh. Is it gonna be hardcore, regular survival? What are we doing here? Peaceful, creative? What do we got going on? What type of world are we building here? Will I start a new world anytime soon? No. Probably not. Probably not. I do have plans for a hardcore world, sort of. But, yeah, I have no desire to play that right now. Wacky, see you later. Good luck out there, dude. Get to feeling better. See, I don't do anything in creative. I have a creative world, but I don't use it at all. I don't understand, like, I get so disoriented flying around in the creative world. And then, like, Axiom and World Edit, I don't understand how to use those. Mainly because I haven't taken the time to learn how to use them, so... I just have never done anything creative. everything that I've built in my world has been from my brain and using a few websites to kind of help me figure out how many blocks and kind of gradient palettes that I need, and then that's kind of it. that's really it. I just kind of wing it, and see what happens. And so far, it seems to have worked out for me. I mean, I'm not unhappy with the way things have turned out. You know, in fact, I'm relatively happy with the way things have turned out. If that makes any sense. Some people like creative more than survival. That is true. I guess, what's the group that, I can't remember the names, but there's a building group of players in Minecraft that I know. I mean, I don't know what they do in survival, but there's a video that Mog Swamp released recently, and he got some help from one of the builders of this group, and basically the guy was like, I don't know how you collect all these blocks and build some of this stuff in survival. It was like, it's ridiculous the amount of blocks that you need, and you go out there and collect it. So, which I guess, yeah, there's some truth there, but when you take it into bite-sized chunks, it doesn't feel nearly as crazy, maybe. With creative, I used to play in creative a little bit when I first started playing Minecraft. But there's something about going out there and getting all the resources that make me feel more accomplished, rather than just having the blocks, you know, infinitely there for me. Because I remember spawning in like a double chest of diamond blocks and building like a house out of the diamond blocks, and I took a picture of it. I sent it to my cousin. I was like, oh yeah, I'll never have to mine for blocks again. And I turned off the cheats or changed it to a survivor world, and then played for like an hour and was like, this is not fun. Just having everything handed to me just isn't it. So I just quickly stopped playing that world and created a new one and went and mined for diamonds, and I was like, I feel much more accomplished. But then again, some of the creative builds that people build in creative mode, I don't know how they do it. It's almost like I'm watching a professional painter or sculptor or artist in general just put something beautiful together. You know what I mean? Like people that are really, really good at creative. Which then makes me think about, like, you know, what could they do in a regular survival world if they played it? I don't know. HD, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What is happening at the current moment right now as we speak? You said you were offended earlier. What offended you? No. Okay. That was a lucky go. I'm glad to know that my hand-eye coordination is still pretty good. Like, it's decent. Not the greatest, but it's decent. You know what I mean? Oh. I was like, what do you mean? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Absolutely we are awake. I'm trying to think of how many times we haven't been awake at that time. You could probably count on one or two hands how many times we've been asleep past that time, right? And it's weird when it happens, because it's usually when they go to bed on time. Everybody goes to bed on time. And then just out of nowhere, everyone's like, just asleep. But he said that they're having a tournament tomorrow, or they're in a tournament this weekend. They play tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. at Irons. If you're interested in watching him coach, seeing his team play. I don't know what plans are for tomorrow, but that is an option. How's my music not playing? Carson, why are you placing so many slime blocks? So I'm building a floor. Obviously. I'm going to be replacing the end island. I'm going to get rid of all that. And I'm going to put a design on top of this out of carpet. So nothing spawns on it. But also if I ever fall, I can land on it. And then I'm building a massive monument. And it's going to be inside of this floor. Yeah, I mean, I have some, it's basically going to be glass and stuff. And it's going to look like a little, I don't know, figurine sort of thing. So it needs a floor. But that's why. And hopefully it turns out really cool, because if not, I'm going to be a very, 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 very sad small Minecraft YouTuber. And yeah, that's it really. I'm just gonna be a very sad individual. But hopefully it looks cool. I mean, I hope it turns out really, really dope and everyone likes it. But more importantly than that, I hope I like it, because I'm the one committing the time to building it. So yeah, there's that. I also thought that the black and the green looked kind of cool. Because at first I wasn't going to put anything on top of it, because I thought that Enderman wouldn't spawn on slime. Because I read that on one of the Minecraft wikis. But as you can tell, that is not actually the case. And so here I am, placing all this slime with Enderman spawning on it, breaking my Enderman farm. But that's okay, because I'll probably end up tearing this down and moving it to the center in some shape, form, or fashion. I don't know, okay? I started this project. It was a random project idea in my head, and I just started it, okay? Kind of how I operate. I don't plan very well, though I'm working on it. I'm working on planning better. That is a skill. That is a skill. Gotta be more organized. Maybe I should just talk to myself in a better manner, you know? Better self-talk. Or positive, uplifting self-talk will equate to better organization, better health, better presence, the whole thing. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? But that's why, all that to say, that's why I'm placing all the slime, so... Trying to think of something witty to say. Like everyone asks why am I placing this much slime? No one asks. I don't know. I don't know. There's nothing else to say, but trying to come up with some kind of dumb, witty, semi-funny, maybe not funny at all response to that. I don't know. Everyone asks, why am I placing this much slime? But no one asks, how am I doing knowing that I'm placing this much slime? I don't know what I'm saying. Yup. I mean, just look at it go. I'm losing focus apparently because I keep misplacing slime blocks. One of those moments where I just need to lock in. My glasses are kind of dirty. Hold on. I'm so sad at how bad my vision is. Like it is not good. Hold on. Hair's a little longer, and I have these little pieces on the back of my glasses that hook them on to like the back of my ears so that they don't fall off. And also to keep me from having to, which they're one of the greatest inventions ever. I've realized, but my glasses are kind of funky and beat up. And even though I've taken them in to get corrected and fixed, they're too beat up right now. I probably need new frames. But with these little hooks, I don't have to go get new frames. I can save the money and just use these little hooks, and it does the job just well. You know what I mean? It's perfect. But it means that, like, because I have longer hair, I shouldn't say long hair, longer hair than I normally do, they kind of get stuck on my hair. And there is just this one smudge that will not disappear. Hold on. I'm struggling here. All I want to do is clean my glasses. Is that better? Oh, not really. There we go. I think that's clear. Oh my gosh, my vision is so clear. Who would have thunk it? Not me. Oh my gosh. Yes. Let's see, we've been streaming for almost an hour. I'm going to check how many slime blocks I've placed in this hour. Did I actually do that? Because then... yeah, we're going to do it just so I know how many hours left I have if I continue placing slime blocks at the pace that I'm currently placing them. It's a lot of hours, I'm sure, but I'm just curious to know. Surely it's over 1,000, right? I would hope so. If it's not, I'm going to be a little bit sad. And by a little bit, I'm going to be, like, I will be very sad, actually. No! Give me that. Here! My hand is starting to hurt. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. No, give me that. The mud is gone. Let's go! Did you guys eat breakfast? Did you eat breakfast? I didn't eat anything. I'm not super hungry. But, if and when you guys decide to eat, let me know. I would love some eggs and bacon. That sounds delicious. Where was the mud, by the way? Were they crawling through it? I assume that's what was happening. Oh! Nice. Did they hit the spot? I hope so. I hope they hit the spot. I hope that they left you with a level of happiness and enjoyment that only orange rolls can produce. Digging and painting themselves? I love that. Did they take a bath? Is that how you got it off, or did you use wipes? Oh, my tush. My tush. My tushy. Doll tush. My nose, my nose. Oh my gosh. There we go. Endermen don't spawn on slabs. That is true. But if I place slabs, I can't fall on it without dying. If I place carpet, they still won't spawn, but I can also fall on it I'll still bounce. The wipes were no match. Ah. I hate when that happens. Hello? Dude, I'm zooming right now. So that's the only reason I can't use the slabs. But also, I think there's another reason I don't want to use, like with the carpet, I can do the actual design that I want to do. I feel like with slabs, you're a little limited. I mean, I guess I could use like wood slabs and stuff like that, but the colors that I need aren't like, there's not a wood color for that. Yeah. Carpet is my best option right now. Oh yeah. Let's go. Quickly. I'm zooming, baby. Ah. Oh, dude, I'm so sore. I did RDLs for the first time, which is Romanian deadlift. I don't do deadlifts very often because I hurt my back a long time ago. But deadlifts are pretty important and are a really, really good exercise for the lower back and just your lower half in general. If you're really, really smart about it and you have really good form, which I used really good form. I used a much lighter weight than I probably used to use. No, definitely a much lighter weight than I used in the past. And so my back hurts a little bit, but my back almost always hurts in general to some degree. And just my hamstrings are on fire right now. They are so sore. Everything else, my glutes are pretty sore. My quads feel pretty good, honestly, because I've done squats pretty heavily for a long time, or at least I've done the leg press machine. So my quads feel pretty good, but my glutes, lower back, and my hammies are just cooked. Really, really happy with how I worked out, but I burnt like 1,700 calories yesterday working out between my walk that I did in the morning yesterday, and then the mile that I did on the treadmill yesterday evening, and the lifting that I did. But the weird thing is I wasn't really hungry. I started getting hungry like late last night, but it was like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and I was really tired, and I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna cook anything. And then I woke up this morning expecting to be like insanely hungry, and I'm not. I don't know. I don't know if I should eat. I don't know what I should be doing, but yeah, here we are. Oh, I was supposed to. It's been an hour. So let's see. How many items did I place during that time? Almost 10,000. Yeah, we have like another 15 hours of this. Speaking of which, I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'm also gonna grab a drink or something, so I'll be right back. Okay, BRB. BRB. Enjoy the music, I guess. And I'm back! Like I never left. Because I never did. I never did. Alright. Back to what I was doing. Huh. I feel so close yet so far from where I need to be. I don't know how I feel about it all. Scooch over. You're in my way. In my way. Brother. Guys, this is ridiculous. There is an entire map of slime blocks for you to stand on, and you guys choose the 3 blocks that, like, the blocks that I need you not to be on. It's insane. It's disrespectful, even. I will go as far as to say it is mad disrespectful. Grow up. Oh, this song sounds like an absolute banger. Hold on. What is this? Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. Nah, absolute banger. We just might have to turn it up a little bit. Taking a picture of it, it's that good. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's so good. Yes, sir. We're just out here living. Yeah. Okay. Dun. Gotta lock in for the one time. Woo! I zoomed past that. Let's go. I zoomed through that stack of slime, I guess. Would it be faster if I went down like this? Nah. Yeah, it's always from the top. Dun. Alright, last song was a banger. That was nice to listen to. Are we in there like swimwear? No. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. This is exciting. Banana, banana. Yup. Yup. What a soothing song. Very, very nice and docile and loving and lo-fi like. Dun, 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 dun. My eyes are twitching like I didn't get enough sleep last night. That's not okay. I got plenty of sleep. I think I got plenty of sleep. I feel like I did. Granted, I did wake up at like 7:15. The creeper spawner is giant. Ooh, how big is it? Like I said, I've never built one. I haven't even thought about building one. No, that's a lie. I've thought about it. I just haven't. I've looked up a few guides on building one and just haven't done anything with it. I've seen everything from like a really small one to like, you know, a really advanced one that uses a perimeter and multiple portals, and I don't know. I don't think I want to use the portal one. There's no need for that. It's a single player world, so I'll probably end up building a smaller one that, you know, probably pumps out a couple hundred stacks, not a couple hundred, but a couple stacks of gunpowder an hour or something like that. Something that I can just kind of casually AFK around. Or just casually AFK in general at. It's 100 by 100. Ew. That is pretty big. Oh, you're making it without a tutorial? Oh, you're a brave, brave individual. That's tippable. I gotta tip my hat to that, because nah, I'm good. I'm good. Na-na. We're getting closer and closer to being able to actually make a full trip around this area with one inventory of slime blocks. Like a full inventory rather than me going like just one side or like one or two sides or something like that. We're getting so close. Feels really nice, actually, I'm being honest. So do you have to put something special on this platform in order for creepers, like for it to be a creeper farm? Like you have to use ocelots or cats or something? Or snow golems, or I don't know, is this snow golem? I think it's snow golems that you use. I can't remember. I don't think it's iron golems. Alright, so I'm out of inventory. Let's see how far I get. Okay, we're starting here. We gotta see how far I make it. Make a platform so I can AFK there, and then I'm going to finish it. Okay, cool. Platform up in the air. I remember when mob farms were made in the air and you stood at the very bottom rather than making them on the like on land or just above the land and then standing in the air. And then you'd have to like light up all the caves and stuff. Wow, what a level of inefficiency we used to have. So glad that things have changed. It's in the end? Wait, how are you spawning creepers in the end? How does that work? So confused. Music's really loud now. Oh, a spawner. Oh yeah, because you're in a creative world, right? That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. Makes a whole lot more sense than it did. Let's pull this over here really quick. I see something really quick. Um. Na, 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 na. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow, 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 wow. Na 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 na. Ah, nice. Great place to put it. Na, 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 na. And you're playing on your Xbox, right? So I'm assuming you have recording software on your Xbox. How does that work? Like, you still have to. When I played on Xbox, you had to record using. You would hook your Xbox up to your PC, and you'd have recording software that way, and it would transfer that recording software to your PC. But that recording software would transfer the feed to your PC where you would record it. Is there like a built-in recording software in your Xbox nowadays? I haven't played on Xbox in so long. Franio Goral. What's going on? What is happening? I'm placing slime blocks. That's what's happening. I'm placing an absurd amount of slime blocks. Slowly but surely, we're placing slime blocks. One after another, non-stop. You have recording software? Nice. Or you use your phone? Sick. I don't think I've ever... Have I recorded any gameplay on my phone and then posted it? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever done that. That seems like a challenge. Now, I've taken pictures with my phone and posted it. Dun, 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 dun. You know what I should do? I should do this. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on, I'm fixing something really quick. Where is it? That is. Dun, 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 dun. Cool. That there. It's like that. I don't know. We're moving, we're grooving. I will be right back. 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I had to. My stomach is not happy this morning. I'll put it that way. So let's see here. What do we got? 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 AK Maya. Hey friend, I love the content you're sharing, but I can see that you need an audience. I'm not interested in your services. Justin Chess, finally YouTube recommended your live. What's going on? I don't know if you're still here because I had to run to the restroom. But if you are, Chess, Justin Chess, what's going on? Hope you're doing all right today. Why does everything look weird? Why does it look weird? It doesn't look weird. Maybe it's just my eyes. It's probably just my eyes. Let's see. It's 4 p.m., so I'll finish the farm at like 8 p.m. Ooh! Ah! Nice. I fell off. That was terrifying. Let's not do that again. Let's not do that again, right? Let's not do that. That would not be fun. I don't want to die. I gotta go see you, Sluggy Froggy. Have a good one. It was nice chatting with you, dog. Dude, my stomach is not happy, and I don't know why. Huh. Whatever. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I promise. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be okay. I'm not too worried about it. Look at me go. Look at me go. Look at me go. He's a monster. Oh my goodness. He's a monster. He's a freak of nature at the moment. He's a freak of nature. Doom 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 doom. Here we go. Yeah, yeah. Just like the doctor ordered. Oh my goodness. Click on that. Do that. No, give me that. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Na 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 na. Just getting closer, getting closer, getting just a little bit closer. Ah. Bum ba dum ba dum dum do 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 ba da do 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 do. I was just zooming. I'm like Lightning McQueen out here. Just fast as I'll get out. I got halfway. Maybe not quite halfway, but that's a decent amount. We're getting there. That's all that really matters here. This is just crazy looking. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, wow. Just insane how many slime blocks there are. Really happy with the progress, but kind of insane to look at. Like, I've already listened to this song, but I know I haven't. It sounds very similar to a song I listened to like an hour ago. The what? Dang. Looks like we got a lot of rain coming in today. Nice. Ah. That ear itches so bad. Oh. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Um. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Bum 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 bum. Really? Oh yeah, man, right over. Let's go. right here. It doesn't feel like we're close to being done with this at all. It feels like I don't have enough slime blocks. That's what that feels like. But I don't know, I guess I do. Guess we'll find out, won't we? I forgot that I had that paused. That's alright though, it doesn't matter. Why do I keep doing that? Stop doing that. Bum bum. Oh, I'm losing it. Just a little bit. Just losing it a little bit. Just a tiny, tiny little bit. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Like I'm losing my sanity just a little bit, just a smidgen. One slime block at a time. Oh, my ear itches. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it was crazy. Hmm. Hey, oh, I broke my leg. No! Lost one. That's the... Is that the first one I've lost? I think that is. I'm saddened by this. Method, please give me a shout out. Why? Who would I be shouting you out to anyways? There's no one in here. Except for you. What does the shout out do for you? Just out of pure curiosity. What does a shout out do for you? Just subbed. Sick. Thank you. You have 28 subs. Your channel. No, I understand what the shout out's for, but what does it do for you? Bum 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 bum. I'm not entirely sure how a shout out helps your channel. Please, yeah, you can ask nicely, but I don't know what it does for you. What does a shout out do for you and your channel? You're dodging the question. Boom, 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 boom. What is going on here? What is going on here? Dun-dun-dun. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Not a lot. I don't know how to fix this. I'm not hungry enough that it warrants getting up and cooking something. But I know at some point in the future I will be. And the idea of cooking then versus having the food already ready, that's what I'm trying to juggle here. I don't know. Not sure what to do with this. Not sure what to do with this information. Or thought. Or problem. Why does it seem so far away from here? But from the other sides it seems so close. I don't really know. Every time it does that, I get really confused. Oh, my eye itches. I don't know why I said ow. It doesn't hurt, it just itches. I got it though. Oh, nice. Like I'm in a NASCAR race. A very slow one, but NASCAR nonetheless. Ooh, wait. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Excuse me. Ow, my hands. Oh, my hands! They hurt. Oh. Um. Oh. Yeah. 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 Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. I need water. I need a healthy amount of it as well. I'm gonna go grab some water, back. Okay. Got my water. Got my water. How many have I placed? Another 10,000. Nice. And That's hilarious. Um. Ah, my legs. Alright. Having that cup of water makes me feel so much more energized. That's weird. Not sure the science behind that, but I do feel much better. I was getting sleepy. I'm getting cold though. Non-stop getting cold. Not liking that a whole lot. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna jump in Discord. See if my boys are on. I don't want it to show up. How do I not show that up on? I don't want it to show up.
One second. I gotta
Oh.
fix my mic.
Oh my gosh.
One second. It's gonna echo because I don't have it plugged in.
It's the one and only.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
So, dude.
Oh, you know, just place the slime blocks. What's up with you?
Dude, I just logged on to the Minecraft MCMMO server for the first time.
Yeah.
This summer I said I wasn't going to, but I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
the second I log in, there's like 17 people out of the 100 people on there. Instantly get hit with Mango!
Yes. Yes.
I'm like,
Dude, you're like the what's the guy from Spy Kids 3, the guy in silver, who's like has 100 lives or whatever, 1,000 lives or whatever, just that one character that no one ever sees for years at a time, but when you do come on, it's like it's special, like you're the chosen one. I love that.
The owner is on. He's like, "What rank are you?" I'm like, I don't remember.
I have no idea.
All I know is my MCMMO stats are reset, and I gotta grind.
Oh, yes.
But
Yes.
I'm making a deal with myself because I was like, you know what? I'd be fishing instead
Okay.
of playing this. I can fish outside of it; it's no big deal. But I'd also be not after my workout getting more steps in at the gym. So it's
Yeah.
like, okay, I feel like I should only play Minecraft MCMMO when I'm on my walking pad, which limits me to when I can
Ooh.
play it, but will make it that much more better because I'll be getting two things done at once.
Yeah. I have I'll have to send a photo to you of my steps for the week. It's the first time I've ever been in all green.
Really?
Yeah, well today's not all green, but I took it last night after I completed it because I was mind boggled. I was like, I did it. I can't believe I did it.
How many steps is it?
My goal is 10,000 a day. And I just sent you that.
Okay.
I just texted it to you.
Are
I
you
was like-
live? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm live. I'm doing horizontal on Kick and vertical on YouTube. To see what it's like. Though it seems like on but yeah. Could be live. I think I'm live. Let me check here. I'm currently live. If I go to my channel, what happens?
No, you're probably live. It's just my YouTube for some reason doesn't like showing you.
Oh, we're
I
gonna
wish you could select like a favorites tab.
Yeah. Maybe I just need to be. I don't know. I find that I have a number of people that have told me they're like, why doesn't it pump out when you go live? I'm like, I don't know, dog. I don't know if it's because I'm a smaller channel. I have no idea. Like the only thing I do is press the go live button and make sure that everything comes back with a green check mark, and it usually does. And then I go about my day.
Yeah. How many streams have you been doing with vertical?
I've done vertical every single stream since you helped me get it set up. Except for one, because my software died and then I started having issues going live, and so then I didn't do that one. But I've done a vertical stream every day, and I basically see this past week I wasn't streaming because Heather was at work, but the week before that I think I gained like almost 300 subscribers. I don't know how many of that's from live streaming. I don't know if it's just from vertical, but I know a good amount of it was. So now I don't know what that translates to, watching my long form content, but clearly the exposure's there.
Yeah. Well,
Because
were a lot of those streams you just doing vertical, or were you still doing both?
A lot of those streams was me doing both, and then my last stream prior to this one was a vertical only, and it got 1,600 views. So
Okay, I see that right now, and I'm thinking I might start doing like separate vertical only streams because I had an issue where, ooh, nice steps.
oh yeah,
I was running into an issue where when I would load it up in OBS, both streams would show up as primary source or server or whatever. So when notifications would go out, both would get sent essentially at the same time, but it would appear as the same stream almost. So people would click into the vertical one, the vertical one for some reason was just ahead of the other one. Like people would get that notification, and they're like, "Wait, why are you streaming vertical now?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm live on both." But what I noticed, a lot of my views originally on my vertical one, because remember how I said like the views were crazy on it?
yeah.
Is because everyone was getting sent to that one first, other than my horizontal. And then once they started finding horizontal, it changed. So I wonder if there's, I don't know if there's something with that. But dude, I'm pulling up your old stream, your 7.5 hour stream or whatever this is.
Yeah.
For the vertical.
Yeah.
I want to see something. Oh, dude.
What? What?
I probably know why you streamed that long.
Why?
The constant pump of new subs coming in.
Oh yeah. Dude, it was I was mind blown because it was just like I started streaming in the first like 10 minutes. I was like ding ding ding. I was like, what is going on? So I don't know. So I decided that day that I was like, okay, I'm gonna stream to Kick because I know they have the creator program that pays you an hourly wage if you meet whatever requirements and get accepted into the program. So I was like, well, if horizontal isn't really working on YouTube, and I don't necessarily care about streaming all that much in general.
Yeah.
It's more of it gives me a way of pumping out content while I work on these massive builds. Because I probably won't be I won't be finished with this build this year. Oh, my wife is calling me. 1 second. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Like you can't. So that, not the mop. There is a scrubber that was broken. It's the mop is just fine, but the scrubber to like scrub the tiles was broken. There's a green handle. It's in the laundry room. Yeah, so you can still mop. The mop will work just fine. It's just getting some of the, like, if there's, I know Amber's throwing bananas on the floor. So if there's any of that, that's gonna be it. You can still mop, yeah. Yeah, so if you want to look for a scrubber like the Lehman, then cool. But if you don't think we need it, then don't. I don't know. I was so mad when I started it that I can't remember if I threw it away or if I just didn't. Yeah, yeah. Well, then maybe you should look for some knee pads. And just sound sarcastic, but I'm being serious. Okay. Which game?
I'm back.
Okay, we're good. Yep, love you. So okay, so there's a spinny side. So what I would do, press that little button, like with the foot paddle, and see the side that spins. So you're gonna fill the other side. Can't remember. I can't remember. There should be like a little. There should be a little tab. There. Okay, so at the top on the rim there should be like a little plastic rubber. So you're gonna put the cleaning detergent in there and really hot water in there. There's a little red clip inside of the spinny side. Pull that up and that lets the clean water come in, and then you'll spin and it puts the nasty water in the other. No. Yeah, fill it up first before you open the red. I used anything from Pine Sol, which I don't know if we have anymore. Really anything that's like an all-purpose. If you have any all-purpose. Oh, get it. I'll be back. Okay. Sorry. What was I saying? About it. I think I was saying something about Kick. Oh yeah, I was just trying out Kick to see how that goes, but it seems to me like if you're a small channel on Kick, or a new channel on Kick, all you get are comments from people trying to sell you potting services or trying to, like, they're like, why don't you have this on your main page? I could do this and make this for you. And I'm like, I don't want you don't know me, dog. I will look like a poor man's stream for the rest of my life if I have to. So that's been interesting, but since the vertical has been so good on YouTube, I've just been trying out other platforms to see how it goes, I guess. No, I've never streamed or done anything to X or
So
ever.
with the you said the kick like per hour thing. Does every partner get that, or how does that work?
I don't, so I'm not 100% sure. I haven't found anything on it. I know you got to get accepted. So I don't know if it's like a partner program or if it is an invite only. So I don't think it's a partner program. I think if you're partnered, you're large enough that they're like, okay, you don't need this. I think it's for those creators that are in between being a full-time creator or partner, like making, you know, more than enough money to be okay, and like being a super small creator. But it doesn't say anything about like on the dashboard or like the path to partner. It doesn't say anything about it. I've just heard from other creators that they go from time to time, they do a wave of like inviting certain creators to this like salary program, and it's like you get paid minimum wage, I think, or something like that. So like I was telling Heather that, like, you know, since I'm not doing real estate right now and not entirely sure what I'm doing, and I've had finding some level of success on YouTube, that it might be worth it to try some of these things out and see if there's anything that happens while I figure other things out. But I don't know. I don't hate Kick, but I don't love Kick. But I don't know. I haven't been on there long enough to really care. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Twitch though. I will never go back and stream on Twitch ever again.
No.
It is YouTube is my focus. Then I guess Kick on the side if anything happens there. That's more like a test. If I really get into multi-streaming, maybe in the future I'll look at purchasing the Prime or whatever it is to multi-stream, and like if it's worth it, and maybe stream to Facebook and, you know, X or whatever. But I really can't stand Twitch.
I feel like the people that benefit the most are the ones that already have an existing audience, because I see
sure.
like even a lot of like the FIFA people that I used to watch on Twitch all the time.
Yeah.
We'll have way less people watching them on YouTube, but they're dual streaming now because like everyone wants to dual stream. That's like the new wave.
It makes me laugh that we were ahead of the curve years ago with Restream and dual streaming. Everyone was like, no, don't do it, blah, 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 blah. And looking back on it, it's so stupid that we stopped, but, you know, whatever. You live and you learn. What?
I miss having the time to just sit there and grind. Like, I think back to like when I was in college, because I was like, I do this sometimes, like when I'm praying or like worshiping. I'll be like, dang, I really used to be a completely different person than I am nowadays, for like better, I feel like. But, like, it just makes you think about like all the things you've gone through in your life, like the good and bad. I'm just like looking back at college and I'm like, what did I even do in college? Like outside of my Christian organ like classes, I'm like, oh yeah, I would stream for like sometimes 8 hours a day. It was like a full-time thing. I remember my freshman year. What's up?
Oh, someone said hello. Hey, Crash, how are you? Go ahead, though.
No, I was just gonna say that I remember my freshman year. I would literally, like, when COD wasn't doing as well and I switched to kind of zombies when the multiplayer wasn't doing well, I would literally play Black Ops 3 Zombies for like 8+ hours a day and try to go for like world records. And that was some of the most fun stream I ever had. And then when I'd be back for the summer, or it'd be like winter break and I'd be back home, literally I would just like go to work and then I'd have nothing else to do. It was like I had friends to hang out with, but it wasn't like I had friend groups on specific nights like I do nowadays, where it's like, oh, Monday is my hanging out with the boys, Tuesday's my young adults at my church, Wednesdays is this, Thursday's my extra long streaming day, Friday I'm gone this weekend for a camping trip. Like, it used to just be like, oh, you're not working, you're not in school,
right? You're just free.
as long as you can.
I need money fast. You got any advice? DoorDash.
Is this like Kick?
Yeah. Yeah, DoorDash. I don't know. No, I don't have any advice for, I guess it depends on how much money you need really fast. Probably not watch a stream. That would be my best advice. If you want me to be honest with you. It sounds like I'm not. It sounds horrible, like I'm being a jerk, but I'm not. It's definitely not watch a stream. But yeah, other than that, no, I don't have any advice. Yeah, I was oddly enough, I was thinking of, I didn't have that full thought yesterday, but I was working out and I was like, I used to complain about how busy I was in college, and like I had 4 hours of classes, and then like 2 hours of basketball practice, and then the rest of the day to myself. Like, what was I complaining about?
It was weighted expectations, though, would be what I would call it, where it was like, although it wasn't as much quote unquote time, the necessity for those things for what we thought would be like next in our lives was so important. It's like, oh, I need this. For me, it was like, oh, I need this college degree.
Right.
So
Right.
studying for this test, even though there's not a set amount of time I need to study, any second I'm not studying is going to be horrible.
Right.
It's like, oh gosh, if I don't do
Hey,
all
B,
of
what's
this,
going on?
I can't
It's so
graduate.
crazy. It's so crazy. I'm looking for old man wisdom. Maybe has some wise thing to say. Crush,
Calling you Unc.
I mean, I'm
He's
not- I'm-
calling you Unc, bro.
as old as I am, not old enough to give you any wisdom because I haven't figured out life. But if you're like, there's nothing that's gonna give you money fast enough. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know.
Wait, if you can hear me too, is it
Okay,
like
yeah, I can hear you.
you're in a life and death situation? You need money right now because you're struggling, or is it you're just wanting to make more money? Like what?
Valid
position are
question.
you in right now?
Valid question. My foot is itching. Dude, eczema is not fun. Not fun whatsoever. It is almost gone, but it still just itches, man.
Dude, I didn't realize how bad the storm was by your guys' place.
Oh yeah,
I heard-
saw.
I heard tornado warning or whatever, and I'm like, oh yeah, we get those all the time. No big deal.
I'll show you a picture of what the tornado looked like. It doesn't. It's so big, it doesn't look like a tornado.
Jeez. So your whole family was at the hospital, or?
Me and yeah, my kids and my wife, my brother, and they were at their house. And then one of my sisters was at their apartment. Another one works at the hospital as well, so they were there. Yeah, that was about 10 miles from my house. And fortunately, there's some small communities outside of the city. But I heard of only one person being injured. I don't know like how devastating that injury is. But there was twin tornadoes, so that was the big one. There was a smaller one, but they said that they counted from New Mexico, where the storm started, to here. Some people counted 11 touchdown, and some people counted 16 total tornadoes touchdown. You're thinking about stealing bikes and selling them? That seems like a terrible idea. No, you're 15 and not getting hired? I don't think stealing is the way to do it. No, for real, I was born with it? Born with what? What kind of dumb joke are you about to play on me? But yeah, that was the lightning strikes that came around, that were around that thing. Like it was insane what it looked like. But the hail damage that apparently has been going on in the area, I've seen some photos, and like windows completely destroyed. Like it's kind of crazy. But if you're 15 and not getting hired, it's kind of par for the course, right? I mean, I don't know where you live, nor do I need to know, but I know here there's a number of stores that hire younger people. I don't know if you're if it's like summertime for you, but if it is, why not become a lifeguard? You have to go to school a little bit, but I think it's like a couple of weeks or something like that, and then you can go lifeguard. There's a number of ways to make money. I don't know how profitable stealing bikes is either. It seems like a whole lot of work for very little return.
And a jail sentence.
Yeah, that too. At least 15, so what, juvie?
Yeah.
It seems like a terrible idea. This seems so stupid.
No, here's the thing though. He's gonna remember asking this question in a few years, like when his prefrontal cortex is not fully developed but starting to develop more. He's gonna be like, "Why were those guys laughing at me for what I said?" Oh,
Right. No, I get it.
I should commit a crime.
Right.
Some cash.
Right. Now, I also have to remind myself, this is the internet, so it's also the troll aspect of it, of like, this guy doesn't have any viewers, so let's just troll him with, hey, how do I make quick money? I don't know, dog.
Honestly?
Get a job?
Dude, if this kid's coming into your stream asking like how to make money, it sounds like he has no problem talking to people he doesn't know and asking like for money or at
sales.
least how to make money. Honestly, if he just went door to door in his neighborhood and didn't even like try to as a start a business, but like said, hey, I'm 15, I'm really wanting to make money. Can I like wash your cars or anything you want me to do to make like for like 20 bucks or something? Dude, hearing that, I bet a bunch of dads especially, but like even me, if I heard that, I would literally find the most random thing for you to do and give you money. I bet, oh dude, I like this guy's initiative.
See, okay, look, I can still wait. There is no sea where I live. I don't. Did we say anything about a sea? I don't know what we. I don't remember saying anything about water or an ocean. But I can still buy bikes and sell them for 50 a piece. Still seems like a lot of work for very little return. It would be more worth your time to go door knocking, like my boy said, and it's for work that way. Like if you can't actually get a job, go door knock. I'll mow your yard for $30. And then you don't have to steal 5 bikes and 5 new bikes every time for 50 a piece. You can mow the same lawn for 30 a piece and do that every week. And then you just add 5 to 6 more lawns, and then all of a sudden you're making a decent amount of money. 15 years old. Is it hard work? Yeah. It's manual labor, but for washing windows for like $15 a pop. And you just put them on a recurring weekly, I will come by every week at this time on this day. And yeah, all of a sudden you have a small business. You're not stealing bikes. But if you want to steal bikes, I mean, that's your choice. I can't tell you what to do. It's not gonna change the fact that it's stupid. No, where I live, people are not as open in America as they are in America.
Oh,
sounds like an excuse to me.
Where does he live?
Where do you live? What does that have to do with you going out and asking people? And what makes you think Americans are open to just saying yes to random people knocking on their door? It also sounds like you didn't actually come here for advice on how to make money. It sounds like you want someone to say, yeah, it's okay to go steal 5 bikes. Is actually what it sounds like, which it's not. It's stupid. So.
You want to know something funny I just thought about? You know what I was doing at 15? Minecraft MCMMO during the summer with my friends.
Like the dog that you are.
You know what I'm doing at 27 during the summer?
Like the dog that you are. We're talking about consistency. You're in Belgium, Brussels?
Ooh.
Never been to Belgium. Or Brussels. I've had Brussels sprouts. Oh, yeah. Like, said pick up a soccer ball and get busy.
Turn the Brussels into
Okay, let's go to
vegetables.
Wait, watch this. Let me go to Google real quick. Google. Let's see. Can you mow lawns in Belgium? Say, in Belgium, lawn mowing rules vary by municipality and day of the week.
I got a better idea. Is he listening? You better be listening right now, buddy. Open ChatGPT. Say, I'm a 15-year-old in Belgium. I want to make money. What are the easiest ways to do so?
Oh!
Give me a list of 10. Give me a list of 25. Give me a list of 50.
Oh,
I like this one. What's the next steps? It will literally tell you exactly what you need to do. It'll give you suggestions. And then from there, you can take whatever route you want to go.
there you go. ChatGPT is your friend. It will help you build a brand. Oh, bars!
Woo!
You know what I mean? Just out here spitting. I need help. I need lots of help. I'm starting to get so hungry. I had a glass of milk like an hour ago. I'm not even kidding. It was delicious.
From the jug you spilt?
No, a different one. But it was great. Great. Now I need to get ready to eat. I had a killer workout yesterday. And I was so tired from it last night, and due to the because of the storm, I went straight from the gym to the hospital, and then we left the hospital at like 10 or 9:30. And so I had to get the kids to bed, and like at 10:15, I was like, I'm gonna go cook myself dinner. Like 3 hours after I finished working out, and I was so tired. I just sat there, and I went to bed. I was like, I just can't. I don't want to cook. But I haven't cooked anything today, and now I'm starting to get really hungry. But I'm also streaming, so I don't know what to do.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
It's telling you to buy old bikes, reaper them, and sell them. Okay. See, now buying old bikes, repairing them, and selling them, that's a whole lot different than stealing bikes and just selling them. What did you just do? What did you just get? Did you get something insane?
Oh, I packed Messi last night. I was freaking out. But
Ooh.
they just came out with possibly the best grind you could do. And I wasn't expecting it. It was literally out of nowhere.
Oh.
Wait a second. So they're saying 85? 85 and 86. Oh, unlimited times! 586s! I have the 86s on the market, please! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
When did it release? Today?
Just right now.
Oh, you about to kick up a stream, or how's this working? Oh no, you're working.
No, yeah, I'm on my lunch break.
Bro, how old am I? How old do you think I am? How old do you think I am? You think I'm 36? Dang! I like that number though. I can't wait till I'm 36. I'm fine with being young. Looks like no problem. 36 is a nice number.
Oh,
I mean, 31.
Oh, yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. You're close though.
The funny thing is, I feel like maybe it's different for guys and girls for different reasons, obviously, depending on like the stage of life you're in. But like,
Right.
I hear people talk about like their 30s as like, I'm not looking forward to being 30. Feels like my life is over. And all I'm thinking about is like, dude, you continue to grow at a job. You're making more money than you did in your 20s. You have an idea now of like what your life's gonna look like in terms of what you want to do.
Yep.
That sounds amazing. I can't wait for my 30s.
Dude, I was so excited to turn
Sure,
30.
I might have less hair or something, but
I was so stoked to turn 30. And like, I don't know. There's also, I was never a big like partier going out and stuff. So like my early 20s was not, I just didn't enjoy the whole party scene. I'm such a owner and like, I just want to be home. Always been like that. And so, I don't know. And then this idea of like, I don't know, going out at 11 or 12 o'clock, I'm like, nah, dog, if I'm gonna drink or do anything like that, I'm gonna be at my house, enjoying a drink, watching TV, hanging out with family, you know what I mean? The idea of going out super late at night makes no sense to me, even though I'll stay up till 3 or 4. I think that's so, also the idea that like your life ends at 30 is so weird to me. And then you also have people that are in their 30s that are like, yeah, 30s are the new 20s. And it's like, nah, bro, no, it's not. I don't want to be 20 years old and struggling to pay my bills. Like, I don't like that. I don't miss that. I don't miss eating ramen noodles every day because I didn't have the money to buy a proper meal. Like, you know what I mean? Such an interesting time. But I think... Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say, I think the reason why people say like, oh, their 30s is like the end of their life, is they put too much value on things like probably looks, maybe like athletic ability if they're not like keeping up with it, on things that they think like are just going to come to an end, and that like surely you can't experience a level of this past that. Like you have to enjoy it while you're young. Like, because that's what I don't get about like the hookup culture and stuff that everyone talks about. It's like, oh, get around while you can and then settle down with someone. It's like, put yourself through all this trauma for what reason?
Right. I was playing basketball the other day, and all my friends, I mean, all my friends that I play with are at least 30 for the most part, and any of us that are younger or like in our late, like mid 20s now, late 20s, and just all of us are like, man, we're getting so old, this, that, and the other. And it dawned on me the other day, I was like, am I older? Yes. I'm not like 15, 17, 20 anymore. But I'm not 60. And it's like, the only reason I feel the way I do is because I didn't stay on top of my health. Now, I will say when you turn 30, like things that you did when you were 20 and like in your teenage years, from an eating / working out perspective, doesn't work. It's not like I can't just eat whatever I want. I do feel a difference. But it's not like I wake up and I'm like, I physically cannot move. It takes me 30 minutes to warm up and get out of bed. You know what I mean? It's like, no, it takes me a few minutes to like, okay, I actually got to get up and maybe move my body a little bit. Especially since I'm starting to work out more. But I don't know, this idea that like when you're 30, you're this old, decrepit, just is so stupid. But again, like you're not gonna know that until you've experienced it. Like I was talking to my sister, my younger sister. She was like, yeah, you're old, because she will be, what's today? 6th? Yeah, they're about to turn 13, right? And they're like, you're so old because you're 30. And I'm like, you don't get it. I thought the same thing when I was your age. Like, and then you're gonna turn 30 and people start calling you older. You're like, but I'm not young. I get that, but I'm not old. Like, I'm somewhere in between young and middle age. It's this weird gray area where I'm like, I'm entering my middle age years. Like, if I wanted to go sprint, I could. I don't know. It's such a weird dynamic. And then social media doesn't help it, where you're like comparing with everybody. Everything that you see is a comparison.
Well, that's like for everything too. Social media for me is wrecked everything in the sense of like, not only do I feel like I have the ability to like compare myself to everyone, it makes you feel like you're always behind.
Right.
And then when it comes to like the dating scene, I wish I could have found like my wife before even social media was a thing. Like if I 5-year-old, 10-year-old me, I wish it's like I wish I would have bought a house when I was in middle school.
Yeah, I should have been, instead of learning where I place a comma, I should have been buying a property.
Yeah. But it's like with that whole aspect, it's literally you're now in the aspect of like people are holding out to see like the best possible thing they could get, or from the other side it's like, oh, you constantly are getting compared to everyone and everything, so you never feel good enough, which is just horrible for your mental health.
Yep.
Just absolutely horrible.
That's why I've been so adamant over the past, really this start of this year, of like, okay, no, I need to make working out a priority. And I mean, I don't post a whole lot on social anyways, but I could do a whole lot better job of just not being on social. So I'm like, I'm gonna sit here and watch someone, I have no idea the inner workings of their life, and I'm gonna sit here and compare myself to them as if it's going to help me feel better about my situation. It's like, it's not. I'm only seeing the best of what I'm seeing, what they allow me to see. In some cases, some people will show like the bad, but it's like you see 20, 25 things or 25 posts from them, and it's all good, and then they show you one bad thing. It's like, nah, bro, life isn't like that. And then you start talking about, like you said, relationships, and it's like, relationships are built, and not like, maybe not even built, they're forged. You know what I mean? Through fire and flame, and yes, there are a lot of lovey, amazing moments, but there are also a lot of hard, just holy crap moments of like, how are we supposed to get through this? You know, like why are we? And it could be something stupid that you start an argument over, but it turns in, it blows up. I can't tell you how many arguments Heather and I have had where it was just something ridiculous that I said that I took over the top that led to something massive. You know, it just, I don't think. I don't know. I know more people than not. At least I'd like to believe that more people than not work through those kind of issues and stay together. But social media, it's like, no, I just got rid. We're done. Even there was a post from Dave Ramsey the other day, and it was a guy calling in, and he was like, I moved across the country, moved in with my girlfriend at the time to help her get through school, and we bought a property, and now we're broken up. And he was like, are you done with the relationship? And he was like, I'm not, no, and I don't think so. And he was like, no, I'm asking, are you done? Yes or no? And he was like, no, sir. And he's like, then why are we talking about you guys being broken up? Like, if you're not done with the relationship, then why are you talking about being broken up? And he was like, I don't understand some of you younger kids who just, you're not committed to the, like, you feel like it's over because you're going through a hard time, rather than working through the hard time first, and then at the end of that being like, okay, we're going our separate ways, or no, we're going to continue working on this relationship. So you guys, he's like, this hasn't happened yet. You guys aren't broken up. He's like, so why don't you work through your problem right now, and then at the end of that, if you guys are broken up, then make the decision of what you should do with your money and blah 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 blah. I was like, is that a normal thing? I don't know. I was very blessed.
It's also too, like, people are getting told from everyone too that they deserve this, they deserve that, on top of like all the comparisons you're getting online with everyone and everything,
right,
where people will take any little thing and they have to run it by everyone. So it's like, oh, I feel like my partner said a mean word to me. Or no, my partner said not even a mean word to me. My partner told me a truth that made me feel uncomfortable about my current situation.
Yeah.
You say that to your friend? Oh, that wasn't them doing that. That was verbal abuse. You are verbal abuse. And what that does then is it makes the people actually going through abuse feel like absolute crap, because they feel like, oh, like, I'm actually not valid in how I feel, because everyone's valid in every little thing. And then it degrades the people actually going through it. Also, too, then, you don't learn how to not even deal with conflict. You don't even have emotional intelligence when it comes to communication. Like, a lot of times, people are viewing things from their own lens. They don't know how their actions make another person feel. So when that's finally voiced, if the other person is self-conscious about something or feels like, oh, I can't take criticism well, them being presented something might feel like an attack on them. It's like, no, this is something like, hey, this is how this makes me feel. The other person says, hey, I'm sorry you felt that way. I didn't mean for it to come across that way. Is there anything I can do? Yada, yada. And you work things through.
Right. Well,
or if it's too big of a difference, you decide, like, hey, like, realistically, I don't see us getting on the same page on these things. I don't think we're building a life together. Maybe we should end it.
Right. I saw a post from this guy, and he was like, stop telling everybody, like, what you're doing. He's like, and which made me start thinking about my life and things that I do. And he's like, stop talking about everything. He's like, talk about it after it starts to manifest, after you start to make progress on it. That's fine. He's like, but sit here and tell everybody what you're going to do, and then it never happens. It just makes you look like a fool. And makes you untrustworthy, which then led into me thinking about like other aspects of my life, of like realizing that like people support you as long as you are, generally speaking, people will support you as long as you're doing just as well or a little bit better or a little bit worse than what they're doing. But as soon as you start to explode in success, and however you view that, whatever, you know, maybe it's your career field, maybe it's something else, I don't know, but then all of a sudden people are like, I can't believe you make this much money, blah 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 blah, you should be ashamed of yourself, or, you know, why don't you help this or this, that, and the other. Like, once you start doing a whole lot better than the people that initially supported you, then all of a sudden you have a target on your back. And it's like, as I've gotten older, I'm realizing like I can't please everybody, nor should I, right? It's a horrible life to try and live. And so, couple that with like social media as a whole, it's like either you like me or you don't, but I'm not going to change who I am
Yeah.
to conform and make you feel better about yourself.
One of the most freeing things is like growing as a person in many different ways, but also like allowing yourself to be who you want to be. Dude, I for the longest time in middle school, high school, and even parts of college, thought I had to like be a certain way for people to like me, or like, oh, this is what they value, therefore I have to be this for them. Now it's like I live in a way where it's like I'm literally gonna do me. I'm gonna do what I feel like God has called me to do.
Yeah.
If that leads to a relationship, if that leads to friendships, if that leads to some potential enemies or people who don't like me, so be it. I'm not gonna be a smaller version of myself to please people who never would give it to me anyways. The validation.
And that's like you said, it's such a freeing place to be. It's such a freeing place to be.
Even like romantically, dude, it's frustrating like crazy, but it works so well because it's like I'll talk to someone, I'll be very upfront with what I'm looking for, and if they're not wanting that same thing, it's like, okay, we just saved ourselves 6 months of heartbreak down the line. And the thing that sucks with that is like I feel like I miss out on a lot of potential relationships where it's like, well, hey, yeah, this would be maybe like more of a short-term thing, and then you realize it's not going to work out, and you go from there. But like the second alternative is like, dang, I have very few relationships because I kind of do all the relationship stuff earlier on in the sense of like the deep questions to figure out what they want in their life, to kind of like filter that out because I'm not trying to waste time. And that's really tough sometimes.
There was an agent at the brokerage that I worked at, and she's married, and she was like, I can't remember what we were talking. Maybe we were talking about YouTube. I'm not sure what we were talking about, but she was like, "Yeah, I can't stand when my husband plays video games. I basically tell him like, no, you can't play video games." I was like, "Oh, really? How come?" She was like, "It just annoys me. Like you can do other stuff with your time." I looked at her and I was like, "Wow, that's interesting." I said, "Yeah, that wouldn't work with me." She was like, "What?" I was like, I am a gamer." Like, I told my wife out of the gate, like I'm not like disrespectful or anything like that. Like I ignore my responsibilities or anything like that. Like she needs my help, I go help her. I was like, but there are times where I'm like, I'm gonna go play video games, and if you need me, truly need me, call me. But like this is my escape. And I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, you couldn't have told me no. I mean, we just wouldn't have worked because I'm gonna play my video games. But yeah, like I've done that since I was a kid. I'm not gonna tell you what to do with your hobbies. Like you can't read a book, huh? What?
Excuse me? That's how I enjoy my free time. That's how I decompress. Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm like that is just an insane idea to me.
Dude, my thing would be, it's like, oh, I'm glad you're not the one playing video games then if you don't like it. Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, go touch grass if you want to. I don't care what you do with your free time.
But it's like also to a certain extent, there's also people who, like you said, don't do the things that you do, where you tell your wife, they're like, hey, just so you know, if you need me, this is what I'm going to be doing. Call me if it's like an emergency. I'm just relaxing out here doing this thing. A lot of people don't have that independence. A lot of people, their idea of like decompressing is constantly being with a partner or doing something together. So they do want those like shared interests or things that they can both want. And I feel like the best like in between is like having those shared things that you can relax together, but also have your own individual hobby or interest outside of that you can get that alone time.
Right. I think that's one place that I have grown a lot. I can still do a lot more growing is like the other night I came out here to do some recording, and Heather was inside, and I was like, what are you doing? She was like, oh, I'm gonna eat dinner. And I was like, all right, cool. And so I went inside, and I can't remember what ended up happening, but went inside and I was like, yeah, I decided I was gonna come hang out with you. Like if you fell asleep, I would have stayed recording, but you didn't. You got up, and I hadn't seen you all day because you were working, so I'm gonna hang out with you. And so making sure that, like, obviously if you're ignoring that and you're ignoring your partner, then that's one thing. Yeah. Which I know I've done that in the past, and I can be better about that. That being said, like just taking someone's hobby away, or like I've seen the videos of like whether it's a girlfriend or a boyfriend walking in and like stopping the console or tearing it up. Bro, I would lose my mind. Like I don't want anyone touching my PC to begin with, just because I'm very, I don't know, I try to take care of my electronics. You snatch up my console or my PC, and we are going to, I will lose my mind. I would lose my mind. I can't even fathom someone doing that.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. Or like if like, that would be like going to Gordon Ramsay and taking his pots and pans and throwing them across the kitchen. Like what? No, that's insanity to me.
Putting some stick in his non-stick pans.
Right. Or telling a mechanic you can't work on your car. Huh? Baby, what? Are the bills paid? Yes. Is there food in the fridge? Yes. Is there a roof overhead? Yes. Are there clothes? Yes. Then what are we talking about? What are we...
Honestly, it's crazy how many problems literally just boil down to a lack of communication. That's
yeah.
literally all it is. It's not a video game that's an issue. It's the video game is taking away the attention that someone gets, and they want to voice that, hey, I feel like you're not seeing me, or I'm not feeling loved. How can we
time with
like work on this? Yeah.
Right. We've had a long week. We haven't spent time together. All right, cool.
Like,
I get what you're saying. Let's hang out.
I feel like for guys, especially if guys play video games, dudes love objectives. Dudes love doing things right. Dudes love, for lack of better words, literally grinding. If you can give like obviously girls enjoy, or women enjoy the idea of like, oh, I don't have to ask a man to do this. He's just going to want to do it because he wants to do it. That's true, because that comes from women wanting a man to understand them. But if you give them the basics of what to understand and they can remember it, they will go for those things over and over and over and over and over again. It's like, oh, she likes this, I'm going to get it for her. Oh, she likes when I do this around the house, I'm going to do that for her. Because like dudes want to feel they're useful. And the worst thing I feel like for guys when you feel useless or someone makes you feel useless.
Absolutely. That's the worst feeling in the world.
Like I love asking questions and learning new things for many different areas in life, but one of the most frustrating things is when I'm in an area where I don't know as much. Like, for example, cars. I am not a car guy when it comes to understanding everything about a vehicle, how to fix something. So I don't want to go to a mechanic. But I remember my ex one time, her car was breaking down when we were on a camping trip, and she was in a different vehicle than me, and she called us to like come help them out at a gas station. And literally I had no idea how to fix the thing she needed fixed. And I was trying to figure it out, and she called her dad, and her dad ended up like working her through it. But she made a comment to me. She's like, yeah, it kind of upset me that like, I wish you could have been the one to help me with that. It's like, yeah, I wish so too, but at the same time, like if I don't know, I don't know.
I don't know.
What do you want me to do? I can call you a mechanic. I can pay for it. I can learn it for the future, but don't like be upset at something that I was never taught.
I genuinely don't know. My dad loves cars, and I don't know anything about vehicles. I don't even pretend to know. Every now and then, like, I'll figure some stuff up, but yeah, Heather will ask me questions, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, I saw a leak here. It looks like it's coming from this. It looks like it might be the radiator, but I don't know how to diagnose that. I don't know how to change that part. I don't know if we just need coolant or if we need an entire new radiator. I know none of that. I'm just here turning the vehicle on and driving it, for the most part. I can get around a computer a little bit better, but even then, I don't know. I play video games, so it's like, I genuinely have no idea. Try to stay in my lane of expertise, which is not a whole lot when I really got it, but that's okay. But I don't know. I really wish you would have known how to do this. Honestly, I wish you would have known how to do this. We wouldn't be in this issue. If your dad would have taught you, well, I'm a girl, I don't care. No, plenty of women, I don't personally know, but I've seen videos of plenty of women that know how to build and deconstruct vehicles. Though I do think cars are really cool. I will put that out there. I think there are I've always but I'm more into like like if I ever got into cars deeply, I would want to get into the performance side of vehicles, not the muscle. I'm not into the whole just powerful and fast.
My thing with cars, like any other hobby or interest people have, is like it's a time suck, it's a money suck, and it's an enjoyment factor. For me to want to like constantly upgrade a thing with the car, or get like the better thing in this, I would want to be like financially set to a certain point where I'm not like worrying about the finances of like, oh, put more dividend stocks, get this property. And if I could just turn my brain off and have part of that go to that, and it was a constant, like, almost like in a video game where it's like, oh, you got XP. What do you want to put your XP towards?
Right.
That's how I would view something like that, where it's like, oh, I enjoy this vehicle. Let's see. Do I want it in a different color? Do I want to upgrade this and that?
Right.
But also, too, like, for a lot of different, like, aspects of my life, a lot of those things I see myself doing, like, once I'm married, once I have a house, once I have kids, once I have all these things figured out. Because like me doing that at my apartment, or when I don't know what like the next step of my life looks like, is very hard to see me like wanting to do those things.
That makes a lot of sense.
And that's tough because it's like, even with like buying a house and stuff, I'll ask people like house advice, and every single person I'm talking to, I'm like, wait a second, I'm noticing a theme. You are a married couple who obviously you're living in the same place because you're married, but it's like, you know what the next steps of your life are. How do you give that advice to someone where it's like, hey, I don't know where I'm going to live in the next 2 years. Hey, I don't know like where I'd want to live depending on who I'm with, what they want to do, where I'd want to go. That makes everything just infinitely tougher.
The only thing is, like, if I was single and looking to buy a property, it would be a duplex, knowing that I would have the ability to move.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like I wouldn't be looking at single family homes unless I had a group of friends, like I was 20 years old in college and had a group of friends that I could rent every room out of. Like, that would be the only way I'd buy a property.
Well, it's like the issue I find myself in right now is I feel in two different camps. One, I feel like any second I'm not investing in a property, things just get more expensive and I'm missing out. But then
100%.
two, I feel like when I do that, there's going to be a lot of costs, money I have to put down on stuff, things I have to fix, active time I have to take out of other aspects of my day that is already extremely limited to potentially make investments or income in different ways. And
Right.
like, I think of all that, I'm like, could for tax reasons that be really nice? Could that for potential investment opportunities be really nice? Absolutely. But so is putting money into dividend stocks, so is my savings account, so is just being smart with my 401k, my Roth IRA. It's all leading to the same kind of goals that I'm wanting for myself, especially at this point in my life.
Yeah.
But kind of like we were saying before, I feel like we're both in that same camp where no matter what we do, it's never good enough. You're just opening yourself up to another level where it's like, okay, I reached this level. I just prestige. I got to go through all the levels again. Oh, my goal was to save up for a property. Now that I got a property, where's 2? Where's 3? Where's 4? Where's 5?
Oh, 1000%.
Like, it just never ends. And like, people who say like, oh yeah, I want to be able to retire, people really just don't want their 9-to-5 job. They want to spend that time doing stuff they enjoy. And for me, there's always going to be like some sort of at least money or value aspect tied to all that. It's like,
right.
I'm gonna be grinding regardless.
Right. Well, that's why Heather and I have been looking at properties. It's like, how can we supplement our income? And the only reason we started looking was because since we've had our rental as long as we've had it now, and it's starting to produce some decent cash flow. Like the first year we were like, we're never going to make money. And then, but you start raising rents when it's appropriate, and you know, taxes and things, sometimes they'll go up, they'll go down, they'll fluctuate, but the payment hasn't changed, and or at least the mortgage payment hasn't changed or anything. And so now we're cash flowing a decent amount. It's like, okay, I see how this works. It's a time thing. So whether you're in dividend stocks and investing in the stock market, or in a 401k or a Roth IRA, or in real estate, or whatever it is, it's always going to be a time. How much time are you invested versus timing the market? You know, it is a little different with real estate because it's like, oh no, I got to write a check for 20, 30, 50, $100,000, whatever it is, depending on the property. That's a massive check to write. And so there's a lot of fear that goes behind it. And so no matter what, if you're looking to invest either in a property to rent out, or you're looking to buy your own property, my recommendation is plan to stay there for at least 7 years. Unless you're house hacking. If you house hack and you're gonna jump from one, rental property to another, knowing that in a year or two you're gonna be moving because you can save up a large enough down payment, then that's one thing. But that's having obviously a deeper understanding of your market and your area and things of that nature. And so,
yeah, I'm doing a workaround for all that, which is I think the best possible outcome. I'm buying my parents after we're done at our apartment, so literally I'm gonna not need a down payment to my dad, but I'm gonna give him X amount per month to give them even more finances for when he eventually does retire in a few years, because my mom's already retired. They have the house already paid off and they've had it paid for a while, so it's not like financially they need it, but also too, it's just, I'm sure they would love to just like give anything for free, but I want to feel like it's going towards something too. So for me, how I see that then is like, oh, not only is this staying in the family, so there's tax benefits to that, there's financial benefits. Also, my amount I'm paying for rent, it's going to essentially half the amount I'm going to pay my dad. So I just got an additional like $500 to $700, and then take on raises and other stuff in a year or two. It's like probably $1,000+ of just cash flow just opened up to whatever it is you want to do. You want to save up for a down payment for eventually when I get a place outside of that, sweet, you can do that. You want to put even more hundreds into dividend stocks, you want to put more into savings, like it can go whatever way.
It should. I think, I don't know, obviously real estate is expensive. Like there's no denying that. And I know there are people that live in really expensive areas and don't have the ability to move, either because they have a really strong support system and they don't want to lose that, or they just don't have the finances to move to a cheaper area of the country. Makes a whole lot of sense, right? But if you are in a place that is like I am, where it's relatively cheap in comparison to other aspects of the country, then I think at that point it's more of a like, I'm not willing to give up certain things, and it's like, that's fine. If you're not willing to give it up, just know that like maybe pushing the home ownership, which like even for you, like the average American family buys their home at 36. So it's not like this idea that like, again, I think it ties back to social media where all you see is like, okay, I bought this many properties this year and I'm 22 years old. It's like, I don't, good for you. I don't know how you did it, but sick. But the idea that like you're behind because you're 27 and don't have a home is insane.
It always feels that way, and like you'll see it on social media, which is funny. Like when you really think about it, it's like you'll see an influencer TikTok couple who's literally like 18 years old, and they're like, "We just bought our first place." It's like, was that given to you? Did you save up the money for it, or like just be honest with what it is? Because when you see that, when people see that, they don't know what to judge. It's like people in the fitness community. It's like, oh, women who get a BBL. It's like, oh, so you didn't do the workouts to help you get that. Or people who lie about being on steroids. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of impressionable young men who think they need to follow your exact exercise and they're going to get as big as you. Are they really? Is that even possible?
Yeah.
Bro, I remember all the like 5-minute abs videos I used to watch back in the day where it'd be like, oh gosh, we need to do XYZ and you'll be able to get abs. It's like, nope. No one was saying diet in this.
Right. Oh, actually, you should just eat properly, be in a caloric deficit, and your abs will begin to show. Now, you can build the thickness of your abs and make them pop a bit more if you do like ab exercises, but this idea that you do 30 minutes of ab routines every single day in your abs, it's like, no, baby, you got fat on them things. Like me.
Fat on them things.
You got fat on them things, baby. They're not going to show. Okay, how many ab exercises you do? Unless you're like a world's strongest man, who seeing those guys show their abs, I'm like, okay, they have some thick abs because they're picking up absurd amount of weight. And it's like, you don't get as big as those guys are without eating an absurd amount of food and lifting a disgusting amount of weights. So that's a little different.
Did I tell you I'm in a soccer league I'm on?
Yes, you did, but I haven't heard a whole lot about how it's going.
It's a co-ed like lower division, so it's not like super good. So like the first few weeks, we played teams that like are around our kind of skill level, and we would either dominate them or it'd be a close game. I felt like I was doing really well. Dude, we played one of the top teams in the division who's like scored the most goals in the league, and we have maybe like outside of me one actual defender on the team. Our goalie's not even a goalie; he's just in goal to be in goal, and none of our like attackers ever track back and defend. And so in a usual soccer game, you have 11 people on the field for each team.
Right.
For the league we're in, it's sevens, so it's half the field.
Oh,
and you
interesting.
only have 6 people in positions, which makes it very hard for defenders because it's literally just no offsides, so they can be wherever they want, and you're having to cover way more space than you would if there was 11 people on the field because you'd have like set positions. So what it turns out being is defenders have to do all the defending by themselves. So if the attackers have more numbers, there's always an opportunity to score. If you're playing a good team, brother, they will humble you. And I got humbled, not in the sense of like I got beat by a person, but like I was so piss tired. And then when I would win the ball and like move up, there's no one to pass to. So I would have to like take on people all by myself as a team. And then like my passes, there's no one there to pass to, so I'm just kicking the ball away. Brother, that was the most humbling thing in the world where I'm like, oh, there is actual levels to all this, even in like for fun. Where I'm looking at it, I'm like, dang, bro. My delusion sometimes makes me think I'm still 18 years old. And my head's like, oh, do this move, do that. Nope.
Still working. I'm in a basketball league for the summer, so I'm sure that I'm gonna have that moment. But the other day when I played, I did, considering as heavy as I am, I was like, okay, I really got to get back in shape because in my mind, I'm like, I know I can't do what I did when I was 20, but there's no way I'm going into this league and gonna absolutely take a dump on myself. Like, I refuse to do that. Like, if you're just better than me, then you're better than me. But with the group of guys that I play with, not like we're horrible or anything like that, but we're not great. But just having them be like, oh, dude, if you were this weight, like, okay, all right. That's enough for me to be pissed off enough to, like, make a change and do something about it. I may not be 220 when the league starts, but dadgummit, if this time next year I am, that league's gonna have some problems, all right? Though I know that there's, like, I'm interested in how it's going to go because we do have college guys and, like, some pros that do come and play in this league, so I am a little interested in how that's going to go.
That's the most frustrating thing, is there are so many people that they're on Smurf accounts IRL, and it pisses me off, because the division we're in is not supposed to be a good division. Right. You'll see some people that come with, your school soccer team from college. It's like, oh, interesting. Huh. Like, it's co-ed, so we'll have some women who, they're just absolute ballers. And, bro, the first week, she turned the ball over because I played her into a corner. But she megged me so hard. And I was like, holy cow.
You're like, nah, chill.
I'm like, nah. But, like, go back to the thing before about, like, getting humbled. Even though it sucks when people are, like, smurfing and there's levels to it, it is, like, a cool feeling, though. Because, like, my reaction is like, oh, I don't care about bodybuilding as much anymore. I now want to work on my conditioning. I want to work on my strength some more. I want to get to a position where I can dominate this.
Yes, I don't want to bodybuild. I just want to be athletic. Like, I want great conditioning. And I want to be athletic. I don't care about anything else.
It was COVID time. So COVID time, I put on a lot of weight then. But then I got into, like, really bodybuilding for a period of time. I completely neglected all, like, kind of the things you would need for soccer. And I had my, like, alumni game the past few years a few times that I went. I remember the first one I went to, and it wasn't that I was at a weight where I would be perfectly fine, but my conditioning and, like, just the way your body should move was not the way it used to be. I'm like,
exactly.
I don't, brother, I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm doing moves that I knew I could do, and my body's not reacting the same way. I can still do it. It's just going to result in injury if this continues.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now I'm purposely like, okay, how can I build a program to where I'm maximizing both things? I see a lot of people do that for, like, long distance running. They want to do bodybuilding, but also, like, do marathons.
Yeah, they do that hybrid
I care less
stuff.
about that personally for me. I want to do it where it's like I can play soccer well.
Yep.
Yeah, speed demon. And at the
That
same time.
I know exactly what you're talking. I got crossed by a guy
Also-
the other day.
Yeah, I want to say one thing because I don't know who's listening. I'm gonna change my words when it comes to bodybuilding because I was gonna say I want to run really fast and lift a lot of weight.
Yeah.
I want to run really fast and look like I lift a bunch of weight. I actually don't
Ooh.
care how much I lift. I want people to think I lift a lot. That's
Yeah. That's a
That's
beautiful place to
man.
be. I want functional strength. That's what I want.
all
Like,
of
so I jumped up and I can still grab the rim with both hands. And most of my friends were like, I didn't know you could do that. And I was like, yeah, 31. I mean, I'm about 80 pounds heavier than I was, 85 pounds heavier than I was at my playing weight. And I'm like, if I was anywhere near that, I would be slamming this. I was like,
Dude,
I dunked it once last year and I was like, okay, I don't need to dunk all the time because it hurt. Like, it's not, you use a lot of energy. I was like, but having that in your back pocket of like, nah, brother, if you are in my way and it's a full sprint down this court and you don't defend me properly, I'm putting you in the basket.
Oscar.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say soccer has ruined my perception on people's prime for age because you see a bunch of 15,
Yes!
17-year-old kids on the world stage. Brother, people's prime athletically
Yes!
too for a lot of sports. And in my head, I'm like, oh brother, it was when I turned 25. I'm like, it's all over. It's all downhill. No,
Oh.
it only is if you let it be.
Right, if you let it be. Now, it's different when you're playing professional and you got like, 15,000 miles on your legs. That's a little different. But we don't play like that much. And it's like, no, we get plenty of rest in between any type of competitive setting that we're in. No, we are fine. Like, I could play another probably 5 to 10 years and be just fine and not have to worry too much as long as I stretch properly and continue to stay healthy. But it drove me nuts. There was one time where one of the guys was like, we got done playing and he was like, yeah, I know you and I can both score whenever we want. And I was like, brother, I didn't say this, but in my head I was like, dog, don't even try and compare us. I am leagues above you guys. Like, don't get it twisted because I'm overweight and out of shape. That is the only reason anybody in this gym has been able to keep up with me. And then I got down to like my lightest, which was 279. Dog, when I say I was cooking the entire gym, like everybody was, I walked in that day and I told them, I was like, y'all shouldn't have invited me today. And they were like, why? I was like, because I'm about to destroy you guys. It's gonna be ugly. Like, I don't understand. Like, I feel so good today. Like, it's gonna be bad. And they were like, nah. Okay, you're about to find out. We started and it was barbecue chicken the entire 2-hour pickup guy. It was disgusting.
People don't talk about it enough of when you were not a former athlete, a former competitive athlete. That doesn't go away. It needs to show somewhere. Whether that's video games, whether that's your job, whether that's like pickups at the gym. It needs to go somewhere because that energy, brother, I realized how much I missed it when I started doing menus content for FIFA more than playing the game.
It's
I
a
no longer
drug.
had like that competitive. And then like when I started playing soccer again, I'm like, wait, literally the first half of the first game, I didn't realize that you sub yourself out. And that's how they do subs. It's not the person on the bench wanting to come in. So it's like, it's 25-minute half. So the way they want it to be usually is like, you run around for 5 minutes, you get tired, you get off.
Yeah.
My ass was in there for almost the full half before someone made a comment to me. I'm like, I literally thought it was when you're tired. I'm not tired. And in my head, I'm like, we're not conceding a goal.
Right.
I will be damned if I let this dude score on me.
Bro,
the second I get off, he gets scored on. I'm like, brother.
It is such a, and it's hard to, people come to my stream and they're like, do you play other games? I'm like, yeah, I do, but I don't stream them. And honestly, Minecraft is what I play the most. They were like, why? It's like, because I'm like really competitive. And I was like, I don't have the skill set as a gamer to be as competitive as I am because all I do is get angry, like disturbingly angry.
Oscar, you and I share the same grind in the sense of like, we love doing things that most people can do just at a delusionally insane quantity. Like, anyone can place blocks. You're doing an insane amount of blocks. Just for the sake of doing an insane amount of blocks. People can make packs in FIFA.
Right.
I love the fact that I can make the most packs out of anyone. So show me someone who can make more packs than me. That's going to be my thing today. I'm like, brother, everyone sees this new pack that came out. They want to grind that. Look at my account
Watch.
and tell me who's the better grinder.
Yeah, we're not the same. And that's the thing. Like, they invited an ex basketball. They invited a basketball player who played for Tech to one of the runs at one time, and they're like, oh, you got him. And I said, all right, bet. And I just remember like the first couple of possessions up and down the court, just feeling that fire inside my stomach of like, this is what I've been missing. I was like, it's cool that I finally, because usually when we're playing pickup, depending on the day, I'm in there just cracking a whole lot of jokes, and people are like, bro, why don't you take it serious? I'm like, there's no one in here that it's worth being that competitive against. Y'all aren't even close to me. So it doesn't really matter. I'm just here to get a workout in. But he was on the court, and just knowing that he played for Tech, I was like, yeah, no, you're not going to embarrass me. Absolutely not. That's not going to happen. And feeling that level, that fire come back, oh my gosh. And as I started working out, and as I'm beginning to lose weight, and I think I'm down almost 10 pounds. I think I weighed in at 302 this morning. My heaviest that I saw was almost 309, so 7 pounds. And just feeling that like, oh no, like this is why I ever stopped being this competitive, I don't know. I need this in my life. Like it's like getting dopamine. It's just a bunch of dopamine that I love. Competition is so healthy.
100%. Dude, I had what was it? It was I think it was not the first week of my soccer league, but it was like a few weeks after that.
Yeah.
Where you're kind of like getting in the habit of now you're going. So you have different like levels of teams you play, and we were playing one of the better teams in the league, and they did not score the first 15 minutes of the game. We ended up losing by a ton, but they didn't score the first 15 minutes of the game. We actually took a lead. The issue is like no one on our team can really shoot, so it's like you'll do all the defending in the world, you're build up, but there's like no end product, and it's nobody's fault. The way it's set up, but the best teams in the league for their women are the good dribblers who play in the midfield, and then they have really good guy attackers. I've yet to play a good team where the women are the attackers and they're the best ones. It just has to be the case that you have hardworking women in the middle that can dribble people and can pass to the dudes who then outpace and outmuscle you in attack. The way ours is set up is the two girls that are on the pitch, one of them is really not athletic, just trying to stay in shape. She has really not too much soccer experience. Yeah. So you can't ask much of her, and she gets thrown up top because she can't really offer too much. But then on the wing, we have a girl who hadn't played soccer before until this year, I guess, for the indoor team. She is a speed demon track star who we put on the wing, and all she does is you play a ball to this girl, doesn't matter where it is. If the ball is kicked in her direction, defensively and attacking wise, she will dead sprint to it, be winded for like 2 seconds, and then be good to go. And it's like, oh,
that's insane.
I told her, like, for one of the games, I'm like, Sam, I'm literally just gonna feed you balls, and she's like, that's fine.
I had not a dream, but I was laying down a couple of weeks ago, and it dawned on me that, like, I remember doing track workouts when I was in high school just to work on my conditioning, and hating it at the time. And I was like, I can't do a full sprint without it, like probably injuring myself. And I was like, I want to get back to the point where I can do a full-blown sprint and just feel my lungs burning. Like that level of not necessarily conditioning, but like being able to push my body to its limits, and me just stretching at the end and being okay. Like I don't need to be young. I guess I had this stuff the other day. I don't want to be younger. I want to feel younger. Yeah. You know what I mean?
So I love soccer with everything in me. And like locally, the people are, you love them, but then like, it comes probably the college level and like trying to go past that, infinite levels above me. So it's like I'm not super high, but like I know locally I can do really well. Dude, sprinting, specifically like the 100-meter dash. Yeah. When I learned about it my senior year of high school, the one season I did track and field, brother, the way it made me feel when I would win a race or when I do really well, And I compared to like other schools, I wasn't good, but like for my school, I was one of the faster ones. Dude, the confidence you get when you are just because like soccer, people have to understand the aspects of different positions,
Right.
passing, all these different. There's a bunch that goes into it. Basketball, there's same thing. There's a bunch of hidden stuff that goes on outside of just scoring points, getting dunks.
Right.
That people
Froggy,
don't
welcome
realize.
back.
Sprinting, you are just running, and objectively, everyone can understand. Obviously, there's form and stuff that goes into it.
Right.
But if you're the fastest one there, and you're faster than other people, people are gonna think you're freaking fast. And
Yeah.
dude, that translates so well. I will have times where our team turns with and me and the track girl. It's literally just us both starting on different sides of the field, converging together in a dead sprint. It is the coolest looking thing ever. It makes me feel like a boss. It's like, oh, this person's trying to score. Nope.
Right. But also when you sprint like that, even in in a 100-meter dash, the stakes are so high. It's like the top two, depending on the heat, or if it's the finals, if it's the heat, it's like the top 2 or 3, I think. And then if it's the final, bro, it's like this is it. And and I get bragging rights until the next meet. And now I never actually ran track. I just did track workouts. But it's that aspect of the high stakes of sports, specifically track sports, where I'm like, that must be a high that not very many people will ever be able to experience. But I had moments in basketball where it's like, and I think you're right, like the game is so long and there's so many different possessions and things that you're considering that you don't think about it. But I do remember, as a defender, I guess for you as a defender, if you knew from the scouting report, like, hey, this guy has made this many goals this season, he leads their team, it's like, I'm going to shut him down. And at the end of the game, yes, it's a team game, but my assignment is to make sure this dude doesn't score. And that's all I care about.
That's the thing that's missing from this league, but it's competitive for all the things that I don't care as much about. That was my thing when I was playing, was like, oh, this attacker is one of the best in the state. He thinks he's going to have a cakewalk. He thinks he's going to come. Guess what's not a foul when you don't have the ball? Me touching you on your back. But they're not going to call anything. It's not a foul.
Yeah.
But it's going to make you feel uncomfortable if a 200-pound dude is just following you around the field.
Right.
Even if the ball's nowhere near us. If he's following you around the field, poking you in the back in different places, constantly touching you, you're trying to make a run into space and I'm on you, I'm psychologically getting into your head, and you are gonna not even think about scoring anymore. You're trying to get away from me. And you're getting away from me is putting yourself on a position in the field where you're nowhere near goal. And if I can accomplish that and get into your head, brother, that was the best feeling thing in the world. I got a guy to get a red card. Before rage bait was considered rage bait, before they had the word to it, there was this, we played this fully Hispanic team, and there was a striker that was, or winger I should say, he was still a attacker but more on the outsides, so I had to go against him a lot. He was fast, he was skillful, but you could put him on the ground easily. You could read his movement, you could win the ball, and you could put his ass on the ground. So I would hold him up. I just get physical with him, and he was getting sick of the ref not calling anything because 1, it wasn't a foul. He shouldn't be complaining, but 2, he flops like Neymar, so he's trying to look for calls. Right. And so I baited this man so hard. He screamed at the ref, so he was on a yellow already. And you can either get a straight red card, or if you get a second yellow, you get a red card. Right. So he's on a yellow. We're passing around our back on our defense, and usually when they pressure you, like if a forward comes to a defender, you pass early because you don't want the defender getting, or you don't want the attacker to get close to you. For me, I purposely waited. I saw this dude running from person to person. I had the ball at my feet. I knew he would want to come in and flood me. So I waited until the last possible second. I played a pass at the last possible second. This man fully slid, cleats up into my legs, took me out completely, no ball anywhere near us, gets sent off, his family gets kicked out of the game, and it was
dang!
Yeah, bye-bye, buddy!
I did my job!
Ain't going anymore.
Absolutely vile work on your end. I love that. I finished my farm. Congratulations. Congratulations. I hope it's working well. Did I ever have a moment like that? I'm trying to think. No, I've had moments where like I went unconscious, so to speak. Where like I remember there was a time where when I first started playing basketball, we had a coach in the area that worked with my father, because my father was a coach. And there was a time period where I thought about playing for the school that my dad coached at, because I wanted to be coached by my dad. I thought that would be so fun and so cool, right? But their basketball coach was like, nah, basically your sons aren't basketball players. They're football players. Look at their sizes, basically. And so that was probably early middle school, and we were like, all right, bet. By the time we got to high school, he was like begging my father to transfer us to his high school, like transfer us so we could play for his team. And my father was like, do you remember what you said to them? He's like, they will never transfer here because these are the words that you told them. He's like, you got to deal with playing with them for the next 4 years because you were dumb and tried to put these kind of shackles on my sons. Like, yeah, they're big. Boys can hoop. And it was that level of like pettiness that I remember having of like, okay, these guys said something, your coach said something, you looked at me funny. I'm going to go unconscious when we play, and there's nothing you can do about it. It just gives me goosebumps thinking about that.
I would love setting narratives too of stuff that probably didn't even exist.
Oh, 100%.
Like,
yeah.
I needed it to exist.
Yes.
For me to like kill me. It's like, oh, this attacker, he not only is he one of the better ones in the state, he literally thinks I suck. He's coming in here walking thinking he's getting a hat trick. His girl, he's sitting before the game. We're all watching JV. He is sitting with his girlfriend. His girlfriend is at the game thinking she's with the greatest soccer player in the world. I want to embarrass this guy in front of his girlfriend. And after I tackle him and he's crying on the floor, I want to look over and see her reaction. I want to see her lose the interest she has in him because he has tears coming out of his eyes. And she's finally seeing what I knew all along. There was a pussy in this man.
I'm a dog! I'm a dog! I do that in the gym sometimes, but Heather, there was a period of time where we weren't dating in high school, and at the time, her boyfriend played basketball for a rival high school. She came to watch him play, and I was playing against him, and I remember being like, I don't care if we win this game. I don't care what the final score is. This man is going to be in there, and when I say I torched, we ended up winning, which is crazy because they were a pretty solid team. I torched this man. And I remember looking at the bench and looking at Heather at the time, and she said, I don't know if she actually was embarrassed, but she has told me, she was like, no, I remember being like, oh my gosh, he is not nearly as good as Oscar. I don't know. Yikes. I don't know if I want to watch them play against each other. And I just remember being like, nah, I don't care what happens this game, but this guy is going to regret bringing Heather to this game, knowing that we dated prior to them dating. And then like in the gym, I will do that. Like I'll be on the treadmill and start to get tired while I'm jogging or something. And I'll be like, there are people in here that don't believe you can lose the weight. Like they're looking at you funny. Like, why is this fat man running? Are they crazy? Do they know? They don't know. You don't know who I am. Like, okay, bet. That's all I needed.
When you're, for me, both, when our fitness levels for what we're trying to achieve in the sports we still occasionally play matches where our mind already is, I am scared for the people that we are coming up against. Because
I feel sorry for them.
Both of us feel that way, where it's like we're both shackled by the bodies we've built to this point with like all the additional muscle on them and fat on them in ways where it's like, oh, we're not as slim and smaller bodied as we were for when we played in like the high school, college days.
Right.
Like, oh, get me back to that form.
Yeah.
I am pooping on kids.
Oh my gosh. It's something about one of the guys the other day was like, I was like, oh man, you can't let me be 220. I was like, I will be a problem. And the dude was like, you're already a problem. I was like, I know. Like, but if I hit 220, it's really gonna get real bad in here.
Tell the kid, you should tell the kids already when you're playing against, you're like, hey, because you work out at the your gym that you play basketball at is also like a gym where the weights and everything are?
No, so the gym I play at is one of the high schools. Yeah, there's different places.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, literally just grab a backpack, and put like a 45-pound weight in there.
Yeah.
Everyone, and then like walk around with it, and people are gonna be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And then be like, this is how I am right now. Wait till I lose the 45 pounds.
Right.
You're gonna see the problem I am.
Dude, I cannot wait for that day, for that moment. I mean, that's one of the reasons, like, I keep thinking back to some of these conversations. And one of the reasons I lost, like, the initial 50 pounds that I've lost so far was because I played basketball and I couldn't keep up. I was so gassed. I was like, oh, no, bro. Like, I can't have, like, if I was 45, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever not be this competitive, but, like, I can't have people thinking that I was a bum. That just doesn't sit well. There's no way. I don't know. I can't sleep well at night knowing that there is a guy that I play pickup with that's like, he's okay. It's like, no, baby girl.
That's
good.
The worst is like when you make a few mistakes and they treat you like you're normal, you're standard.
Dog.
It's like, oh, brother, don't you even start.
I guarded, there's a guy who plays with us. His name is Luke, and he played in college. I don't know if he played for OU or if he just made the team, but he was on the team at one point. And so, I mean, that's Division I. Dude's a solid, good basketball player, right? And this was before I started losing weight, and I was like, I guess I'll guard him. I played in college, and like halfway through, I mean, he was cooking me. I'm not gonna lie, he was cooking me, but he was cooking everybody, right? And it wasn't like he was breaking my ankles and cooking me. It was like my hand is in his eyes and he's hitting the shot. There's nothing else I can do short of blocking the shot, right? Yeah. And some of the guys were like, hey, if you need me to switch, like, I'll take him. I'm like, I just remember being like, no, I'm good. But in my head, I'm like, bruh, no, you can't guard me. And I'm overweight and fat. You're definitely not going to guard this guy. I was like, and you guys are acting like my hand isn't in his eye when he shoots. My hand is there. Like, there's just nothing that I can do right now to stop his shot. And so that was another, like, I think about that moment. There've been quite a few moments where I'm like, all right, I'm getting that fire back, because I guess I shut that fire down a while ago. But it's been good that I'm playing pickup basketball, because it is a motivator to stay focused on working out. And I just feel better. I realize that I have a whole lot more energy than I've had in a long time, just by staying consistent in the gym and eating well. Basically cut out carbs, eating very little carbs, which I realize make me feel way worse than now. My muscles don't look as big and awesome whenever I'm done working out. I don't get that pump, but I feel so much better overall that I'm like, I don't need the pump. I could care less about the pump. Also trying not to take pre-workout anymore. Trying to stay away from all the those just, I don't know what's the term for them, not supplements, but what is it called? Stimulants, there we go, thank you. Golly, trying to stay away from all the stimulants as best I can.
There's this older man who's like an old school bodybuilder that I TikTok. And he wears shades all the time, whether he's inside. He's like one of those dudes who's built like a turtle, where his head is just like, his neck is slowly slumped into his shoulders because his whole body is just huge.
Yeah.
Like he looks like he melted a little bit because he's so big. And he used to be a former bodybuilder, and he gives advice that's like very old fashioned, different than it is nowadays. And dude, his way of talking is so funny. He's like, hey, I'm gonna tell you something that the fitness industry doesn't want you to know. Why are you spending so much money on pre-workout? You're getting your caffeine to help you get this pump that you could be getting from baking soda. Why do you think baking soda wouldn't help you? I'm going to show you right now exactly what to do if you want to look disgustingly large. I have this baking soda. You could get a tablespoon, take it out, put it in your mouth. But I'm just going to stick my tongue in real quick. He like does that. He's like licking the inside of a baking soda thing. He's like, you want to get it all around your tongue. You want to just like sit. You want to taste it for a minute, the sweetness of it. Then you're going to swallow it with some water. And then within the next 15 minutes, I want you to go to your local gym and just rep out, not 5, not 10. I want you to do 50 to 100 reps of whatever exercise. But sir, my TikToker that I follow told me he cares about hypertrophy. You know what your muscle doesn't care about? How much the weight is if you can't lift it physically anymore after all.
Yeah.
I want you to do it until you physically can't. And then when you can't, I want you to start doing 3/4 reps instead of a full rep. And then when you can't do those 3/4 reps, I want you to do a half rep. And then when you can't do the half rep, we're going to go to a fourth until the point where the weight physically drops. And when you're feeling like you're on namby-pamby and you can't lift anymore and you're done with your workout, I don't want you to go do cardio for a bit. No, we're not doing that. We are going to our local gas station. We are getting a Gatorade, not a Gatorade Zero, because we want those carbohydrates. We need to restore those glycogen storages. And you are going to sit for the next 20 minutes, a full 20-ounce Gatorade, whether it's 1 ounce a minute, 5 ounces every 5, whatever you want to do. Get a full 20-ounce Gatorade, finished in 20 minutes, and watch yourself swell up to proportions that are humanly impossible. You are gonna look grotesque. And I want you to know that you can hire me as a coach.
I want you to know
Dude, I'm not even exaggerating it.
That's hilarious. So funny. I've heard baking soda does that. I've never actually tried it, but maybe I should. I don't need these. That's hilarious. I don't know. I don't care about the pump as much as I care about how I feel whenever I'm done. Like if I feel like I've gotten a solid workout in, like I did yesterday, where like I could tell like I was getting sore before I even left the gym. I was like, I demolished my muscles. Now you don't have to feel sore and get like a solid workout in, but it makes me feel better. And then I stretched pretty nicely afterwards, and I'm doing I put into ChatGPT to develop a Hyrox like lifting program for me. I think it'd be cool to be able to compete in Hyrox someday.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I actually ever will, but I started my workout with a mile on the treadmill, and then I did back squat into RDLs, which is what absolutely cooked me, into some chest press, dumbbell chest press. And then I was supposed to do like sled pushes, but we don't have a sled at my gym, so and sled pulls, but I couldn't do those. So instead I did leg press to kind of simulate the pushing action that you get from pushing a sled, and then did some low rows to help get that kind of pull action into. I was supposed to do 2 sets of 20 lunges and 2 sets of farmer walks, and I did 1 set of beach, but I was so gassed and cooked. I was like, I feel my legs trembling, my hands are trembling. I was like, I'm done. It's over. It's GG. This man is cooked. So it was one of those kind of workouts where I was like, yes, I came in, I did, and I conquered. And today I'm thinking I may just go for a run. I'm not sure because my whole body hurts. Maybe do some burpees to get a little body weight lifting in, I guess. But who knows? The baking soda, I didn't know that was a... Maybe I'll have to try that. I mean, again, I don't really care about the pump. I care more about putting on some lean muscle mass and getting explosive and athletic. At least as athletic and explosive as I can at 31. But if you look at the NBA, 26 to 32 is like considered the prime, so I got a year left. Before it starts going downhill, apparently, unless you're LeBron James. Does your sister ever work out with you, or is she just like, nah?
She does early morning workouts in the apartment gym before school.
Okay.
Then during the summer, I think she kind of does her own thing. I was trying to see if she wanted to get back into what's it called, the co-ed soccer thing, and see if she wanted to play. But like, one of the issues she's running into, and I don't know if there's a way to address it or how to address it, because I know if someone like brought it up to me, it'd be a very difficult conversation. It'd have to be like done in an appropriate way.
Yeah.
She went from being a Division III soccer athlete where you were literally running nonstop for 4 years of your life, so you're physically like you can't weigh any less than you do at those
Right.
times.
Right.
To then when you like give that up and you're no longer doing that,
Yeah.
even if you change nothing else with your life, you live the exact same thing, you're gonna put on some weight. So
Right.
like slowly over the years, she's just kind of like built up more and more weight. But one of the things she started like kind of complaining about to me is she's like, oh, I feel like I just can't lose weight, or I can't do this, or I can't do that. And like I want to try to be helpful in ways and like give her suggestions, but also too I don't want to like overstep, especially
Right.
with my rule when it comes to like what I always say for the most part. I'm like, first of all, you look fine just the way you are. If you're
Right.
wanting to do something specifically, let me know. But I'm not gonna put myself somewhere and be like, hey, offhand comment,
Right.
lose weight.
But it's also, I think it's also important to understand that, like, my friends and I talked about this. We tried to calculate as best we could about how much time we spent working out when we were in high school and in college. And it's like, yeah, you're not going to put on weight and you can eat whatever you want when you're spending 5 hours a day between morning practice during class, during the school day, and playing pickup or whatever it is at the end of the day. You're spending 4 or 5 hours moving your body.
Yeah, well, like also too, one thing that like is not talked about as much is like people have different mindsets. Like I'm sure if you asked my sister, hey, would you want to lose some weight? Sure, she'd want to lose some weight, but like I also think she enjoys what she's living now and doesn't see anything wrong with it. I'm not saying she's fat by any means, but
Right.
she's not the tallest in the world, so there's only so much you can store in some areas. And like,
Oh, for sure.
if you're eating in a calorie surplus, you're
Yep.
just physically gonna put on weight.
Yep.
And my thing for her is I don't want her to like feel like one day she wakes up and she feels stuck. But again,
Right.
I don't want to. It's not my place to voice anything. I know she's voiced things in the past, but it would make me feel more of an asshole than anything to be
Right.
like, hey, you need to do this.
Right. I think that's incredibly important.
Yeah.
Being able to be like, this is, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not important, but I think the way you're going about it is pretty healthy. Of like, if you want advice and you want to talk about it, we can talk about it, but not, then cool, do your thing.
Well, because when she was in high school in the early parts of college, her boyfriend was, due to seeing the gym all the time, like he lifted a lot of weight, he only ate certain ways, so he's very clean, and I guess he made her feel bad about like her food choices, like I don't care why you're eating that, that's not healthy, you shouldn't eat this, you shouldn't eat that. So she has a little bit of like hurt from those areas of like she feels like a negative relationship with food, partly because of him. I'm like, oh, I'm someone who is her twin brother. I'm super close to her. I do not want to be a person who even remotely gets a similar treatment to that. It's just not worth it. I care about her health. I care about her. Like, I see she's living a healthy lifestyle. She's doing all these things. She's just not looking for like, hey, I want this to be the result, therefore I need to work backwards and do these things. She'll meal prep healthy stuff because she wants to eat healthy. She'll go do a workout because she wants to do a workout and be healthy. But when she doesn't see it necessarily translating to the scale, feels a little stuck. That's where I come in. I'm like, okay, well, do you know how many calories are in this thing? Oh, let's calculate. Here, let me help you with this. You want to use my food skill? I'll put it in the like shared area. If you want to use that to weigh your food, go for it.
That's huge. I hate calculating calories with a passion, but which is one of the reasons why I cut out carbs, because all the things that I overeat is carbs. Like I can eat fat and protein all day and have no issue with like overeating because I am so satiated. it's not even funny, but with carbs, I'm constantly like, dude, I am starving. But when I ate carbs and would count my macros, I'm like, dude, this is a full-time job in and of itself. It's no wonder that like when you see a bodybuilder that like actually competes and they're winning, it's like, no, I wake up, I have this meal, I go work out, I come back, I have this meal, and then I start cooking my next meal. It's like, dog, you are a professional athlete. Being a professional athlete is hard, which is why I'm like, I get so impressed when I see someone who's like, no, I'm a dad, this is my job, and they're in just tremendous shape. They're like, no, I get up at this time and I lift and I run and then I go do my full-time job. I'm like, you, sir, are a beast, or you, ma'am, are a beast.
That's the thing, is I feel like so many people are, it sounds bad saying a slave to their circumstances, but like you truly create the reality you live in. Some people will like become a parent, and obviously that takes up more time, but then like they'll take healthy aspects of their life that they should keep and remove them for other things. And their excuse is, oh, because they became a parent, this happens. When their same mindset could be, oh, because I'm a parent, I want to be able to play with my child.
Right.
I want to be able to run around and like be on my knees without being in pain or feeling like I'm overweight. Therefore, I'm going to do these things.
Yeah.
I'm eating healthy not because maybe I enjoy it or it's what I'm looking to do, but it's because I want to be there for my kids well into my 60s, 70s, 80s. And like one of the things with me outside of that I forget, because I know people mean well. You have weight loss, because I want to do it less now. I used to fluctuate quite a bit of weight. I went from 260 to last summer to like 215-ish right now, and I still want to see if I can get closer to 200. And that for me doesn't feel like a lot of weight difference for what I'm normally doing, but for a lot of other people, they see it as a ton, and like whether it shows in your face or different parts of your body, if they haven't seen you in like 6 months, they'll notice. And I appreciate when people give compliments, but a lot of people don't know how to compliment, and it comes across as so negative, where it literally sounds like, oh my gosh, you're not a fat f*** anymore.
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah.
Dude, what can I ask you a question? I love how you look now. Hated how you looked before. What made you decide to finally not be a big old piggy and put the fork down?
Right.
It's like, excuse me? And they're like, oh no, I mean well. It's like, I bet you do, but like, they'll say it so much where it's like, oh, you sure you can eat this? You sure you're not gonna put the weight back on?
Right. I don't know. It's the hard thing about food is I am so addicted to food, and you can't live without it. It's not like alcohol where it's like, right. It's not like alcohol or drugs where it's like, no, I can't. Well, I guess depending on how deep you are with alcohol, but it's like, no, I can put those down and not ever pick them up ever again, and I'll be okay. It may suck for a while, right? But I'll eventually be okay. Every day, I gotta look at food, and every day I'm being marketed food in some degree. Like, the only times I notice how much food is marketed to us is when I go on a fast, and I'm like, dude, this is like every other ad. Or I smell food from I'm at my house. I'm a mile away from the nearest restaurant, and I can smell it, and it's like, geez, dude. And so, yeah, I feel for people who can't lose weight. And I don't know, I've never been a person that can't put on weight, so I guess I kind of feel for them, but it seems very confusing to me where it's like, no, just eat more. Like, I don't know, maybe because I'm the type of person that's like, no, I'm full. I am not hungry, but I could eat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the most frustrating thing in the world is smaller and they've never been big enough to talk about how they struggle to put on weight. I'll listen to that and I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, what's your favorite candy? What's your favorite junk food? They're like, oh, it's this. I have it all the time. I'm like, really? What is your definition of having it all the time? Well, it's like, oh, well, when we grocery shop every 2 weeks, if I see it, I'll get like a bag of them. I'm like, oh, how big's the bag? How many? Well, it's like 3. It's like, oh, there's 300 calories of quote unquote candy that you're eating every 2 weeks. You're making it sound different. When I say I have a little bit of candy, it's a family-sized candy bag, and if my family or my friends don't see it, I'm taking that. I'm eating it in one sitting.
I am crushing it.
Disgusted with myself, dude.
I'm gonna hate myself.
Do you do the pizza roll at parties?
No. What is
Have you heard
that?
of the pizza roll? It's the Fat Man pizza roll. So,
No.
you calculate calories based on the plate you have. So if you're at like a buffet, any place where there's like pizza or stuff, any food that you don't put on your plate doesn't count. So it's like I'll have a piece of pizza plate, like I'll pull it straight from the box. If no
Okay.
one's looking, I'll like eat one really quick. Or I'll put 2 on my plate and be like, actually I want a third, but I'm gonna look fat if I have a third piece on here. Let me eat one really quick when no one's looking, and then I'll put a second.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like these little things where like when you put on a party with other people and there's leftover food,
Okay.
I'll like beg other people to take it, but then there's some stuff I'm like, it's fine, you can leave the cookies here, I'm sure they'll get eaten. No,
Oh, yeah.
damn well, I'm literally sitting in front of my monitor tonight and they're
Yeah.
getting destroyed.
I'm going to be crushing that. Yes.
Brother, tonight I'm going to it's a buffet for fish fry. I don't know if
Okay.
it's all you can eat. Buffet should be all you can eat, but they might
Right.
have some rules to it. I'm going to eat as much fried fish as possible. I'm going to hit a nasty workout after, so it's the back and forth and eat a little less tomorrow. But
Right.
tonight I'm going to demolish as many fish as I can. And if I run out of fish to eat, I'm literally going to walk over to the water that we're next to. I'm going to put my hands in. I'm going to try to catch a fish with my bare hands. Bring its head off, throw it on a grill, and cook it myself. because
Yes.
I'm gonna demolish everything.
Yes. I'm doing just the carnivore diet. So not carnivore.
Yes.
I have some carbs and stuff, but very little carbs, right? Usually in the morning.
Performance carbs.
Right.
Or,
I'll have like, I haven't done it the past couple of days. I've had just a glass of milk in the morning, which I know has sugar in it, gives me some carbs. And then I was adding some honey to it, like a tablespoon or two to it. And then that's all I've had. I was eating fruit, and then I stopped eating the fruit. And so basically I'm having eggs, bacon, butter, and beef. All I've been eating. And I feel so good. Like, but yesterday I was like, man, I'm really, really starving, right? I go into the kitchen, I cook up 6 eggs, I cook up 6 pieces of bacon, I crush the 6 pieces of bacon, and then I eat like probably the equivalent of 3 eggs. And I was like, I'm just not hungry. Like, I was not hungry and I haven't eaten since. And that was at like 2 o'clock yesterday. Baby girl ended up eating the rest of the eggs, but it was like, I see how people get to the point where it's like, oh, I'm just not hungry, I'm not going to eat. I see why people lose weight when you're doing the carnivore diet. Now, I've also been looking into the science behind it and the research behind it, and I don't know if there's a perfect diet for everybody, but just like seeing how carbs, we don't really, like, it's the only macronutrient that there's no, we don't need to survive. Like, they used it, and I guess some of the podcasts I've been listening to, they were like, you got to understand that, like, in our area, there was about 2 weeks every year, like a month, where fruit was available for us. And it was like, you only ate the type of fruits and berries and carbs that were in your area. So, like, I never would have had a banana. That wouldn't exist here, right? And it's like, but what carbs do is it skyrockets your insulin, and insulin basically tells your body to store fat. So if your insulin is high, it stores fat. So we would consume these fruits and berries and carbs leading into a season of winter where we knew there wasn't going to be a whole lot of food, and so we'd fatten ourselves up. And then during the course of the winter, we would slowly lose that fat, and we would eat what we could. And it was saying that, like, even though fruits like aren't as, like, they're not bad for you in the sense that, like, it's better than eating candy, it's still fructose and it's still sugar, and like consuming the amount that we do can lead to some really bad problems health-wise. And so, do I know if that's true? I don't know, because I was raised on the food pyramid, and like going back and looking at the food pyramid is insane to me.
It was so bad. Dude,
Bro.
That's the thing that I hate the most is like,
Yes.
you're literally getting taught. Like, we don't hear about finances or anything.
Right.
And I was a firm believer of something like, I think this should be taught in school. Although I agree, I think back to things like you just said, and I think to myself, I'm like, wait a second. Do I trust the school to teach me how to do finance?
That's right.
If
Right.
I listen to them, I'm going to get like a 15% loan on a house and think
Right.
I did a good thing. The same
Right.
way they do for colleges. It's like, oh, you don't know what you're going to do with your life? Take a loan out and go to college.
Right.
No, thank you. I'm not
Yeah.
going to listen to that. But no, going back to what you're saying about like your carbohydrates, my biggest thing is like, yeah, if people want to cut out carbs to a certain extent, understand. What you're saying with the fruit one, my only like counter to that, or I guess comparison, because carbs are carbs, but it's like the reason processed sugars are so bad and like candy and stuff is like you are having the calories, you're having the carbs with none of the nutritional benefits.
Right.
It's like at least in like berries, you'll get fibers, you'll get certain things that you could get in potentially like a multivitamin, but like at a larger scale, you'll hit micronutrients rather than just the macros, and like those things in bulk will help out a ton more. And like on top of that, it's like if I binge candy, right, I can have like a family size bag of candy that's like 900 calories, and it's the size of like, I don't know, a mini, like a small bowl,
Right.
to fit it all in the thing. Meanwhile, if I wanted to like have 2 largest bags of blueberries as I could possibly find, if I already didn't have like what's it called when you get super cold, like not frostbite, when your tongue, your brain freeze. Shoot,
brain freeze. There we go. Okay, yeah.
When you get brain freeze, like if I could get through a full bag, a large bag of blueberry, that'd be like 450 calories for the full bag, and it'd be so heavy. I could get to a second one, and by then I'd probably want to put it down. It's like, if I told myself, okay, binge healthier foods, it'd be so much easier for me when it comes to losing weight, because it's like, I think it's like, okay, I want to enjoy the thing I'm binging. I want to get the worst food possible and then get it out of my system. But in reality, like, the change for me was like, oh, let me find something that's like lower calorie that I can enjoy binging. I did that the other day. I got back from working out. I told my sister, I'm like, I'm not going to be back for half an hour. I'm going to the store. I'm getting like literally the largest watermelon I can find. I'm cutting this thing in half. I'm taking a spoon. I'm spooning out the full watermelon half. I'm cutting up the other half and putting it into a box just so I can eat it in the same sitting, but in a different kind of way. Oh.
And I think there was I didn't see this podcast from this guy, but I don't know if I read it or I think it was a podcast I was listening to, but basically this guy, I think it was a dietitian, but basically he did a all sugar diet. He was like, I just want to prove that like it is more about how many calories you're consuming than it is. He's like, obviously if you want to eat healthier food, he's like, but it's, I don't know, we vilify every like certain macronutrient. We vilify fat. We vilify protein sometimes. We vilify carbs. And it's like, he ate, his diet was 1,800 calories, and all he had was Twinkies. He did a Twinkie diet. He did it for like 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, something like that. And at the end of it, he got blood work and benchmarks done prior. He was healthier afterwards than he was prior. Because he restricted how many calories. It was like, he was very strict of like, no, I'm not going to overeat. My only thing is when you do that, if you're going to use carbs, I can't imagine the hunger pain that he had, like pains that he was having. He must have been fighting demons, dog. Because I can eat 1,000 calories worth of beef and I'm like, I'm good for like 7-8 hours. But you give me 2 Twinkies or 1,800 calories worth of Twinkies, I'm going to be flipping over at night trying to figure out like what I'm going to do with myself. So in that regard, I think it's personal preference. If you love carbs, eat carbs. I'm the type of person that like, I love carbs to the point that I can't control myself. So with meat and fat, I'm like I enjoy it. Yes, it tastes great. Don't get me wrong. But there's always a point while I'm eating where I'm like, I don't want to chew anything else. And I'm not going to. And then I put it in a bag and I stick it in my fridge. And that seems to be working at least relatively well for me. But you know, you can be fat on anything. You can be healthy on anything, apparently, even if you eat nothing but pure sugar. Seems insane to me. Hold on.
Oh, am I with Jesus?
Ooh. Who's that?
Please tell me this was the same guy. Bro, I'm gonna be so happy. There's this guy who I served with at church like 6 months ago. Or no, it was last summer. Dude, it's already been almost a year. And this guy's not a UFC fighter. He's like some local fighter thing. Like he has a standard full-time job, and then he does this on the side. But I never got his contact information. I go on a fight with some boys. Just hang out with them. But I've never seen my church or anything since. If I'm serving with him again, I'm getting his number. He's gonna become a bro. Holy cow. So chill.
I love that. Love that.
Oh my god. He's telling me all about his fight techniques, how like he put a dude out last fight he was in. Like,
Dude, I want to get into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That just sounds fun. One, because I know it's going to humble me to the point where I'm like, oh, I don't actually know how to defend myself. But I know it's a great workout, and apparently it teaches really, really awesome life lessons, so...
Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to take a piss and grab a light tea. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Do your thing. Excuse me, fellas. Bum, bum, bum. Ow, bow, 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 bow. E, F, G.
I'm back.
Welcome back. What's for lunch?
2 keto bread sandwiches with cheese and a light dressing.
Ah, nice. Nice.
A quick
I'm
little snack
starting to
before
get
dinner.
real hungry. I'm probably gonna... I think I'm gonna hit the 5-hour mark on the stream, then turn it off and go cook eggs and bacon because Daddy wants some.
Daddy wants some meat in his mouth.
Yeah, you know. I want to be able to do. Have you ever tried the 100 burpees a day challenge? 30 days or whatever it is.
Sounds like torture.
It is. I haven't worked up to. I did 50. That's the most I've done in a day. Took me like 20 minutes to do that 50. That was not fun. I'm still hurting today. That was like 2 or 3 days ago. I'm still sore from that. But I think I'm gonna knock out one of my workouts today since we have another pretty massive storm that's apparently coming through. I don't think there's tornadoes, but I think it's rain, wind, and hail. I think I'm gonna do. Smiley Pie, what's up? Glad to see me again. Glad to hear from you again. I think I'm gonna do some walking inside the house and knock out some burpees. Just remind myself that, or ask myself who's gonna pick up the boats. You know what I mean?
You're just a bitch, man.
Yeah.
Who's gonna carry the logs?
Who's gonna carry the logs, the boats? Man, what is it like to be that mentally tough? I don't know.
One of the interesting things, though, is it's not even like a man versus woman thing. I just think it's a way of thinking thing.
Yep.
People on the outside might see those things as the most extremely toxic thing in the world. But, like, those who get it understand those are the levels of, like, depth you need to reach for motivation sometimes. And I'd rather have that than no motivation.
100%.
Like,
100%.
I was doing it as a freaking kid. I'm like, my family is held hostage. I'm shooting this basketball. If it doesn't go into the net,
Yeah.
We're gonna play basketball again. They're all gonna die. I thought that too. It's like, oh, a random car that probably has driven past my house 50 times in the last 2 months because it's a dude who has like a family of 5 kids. He's coming home from a long 9 to 5. Yep. I think that's Duke's basketball coach, and he's gonna pull over to the side of the street if he sees me make this. So I need to shoot and make it.
I gotta make it. You actually made some good progress. Yeah, we've placed. Let's see, how many slam blocks have I placed today? So we're up to 185,000. I started at 147,000, so almost 40,000 blocks. Not gonna lie to you, my fingers hurt. And in a weird way, I'm kind of disgusted with myself. But you know, it is what it is.
What's the math for what you're going for? Is that like for the enders?
So it's a 513 by 513 square, which is a 32 chunk by 32 chunk area, which is what's known as a perimeter in Minecraft. And so it is. There's 9 slime balls that make a slime block, and so it's like over 2 million slime balls, and it's 263,000, just over 263,000 slime blocks that I have to place. If I did my math right, which I think I did. I don't know.
You wanna know what's crazy about that?
What?
If you continue to grow, or you become like a bigger Minecraft YouTuber,
yeah,
and they did the same exact thing. Not only would their sub number be nonstop going up at a rapid while they're doing something like this, it'd be like nonstop donations too. As you're doing, that'd be insane to think about.
It'd be nuts. It would be absolutely nuts. Well, I'm thinking, like, I've already thought about how I'm going to, like, what the next video is, because initially the next video was going to be me completing this project, and then as I've started this, I realized that was a very unrealistic, like, unless I plan on not making a video for like the next 12 months. And so I think my next video is going to be me just getting the end in prepared for what I'm actually building. So rather than putting the design on the floor, I'm actually, the next step after I put all this floor in is removing this entire end island and getting the pillars where I want them. I haven't decided if I want to keep them or not. Probably going to remove them, but I'm not mistaken. Based off of what I've heard from other Minecraft YouTubers, it takes about 30 hours to mine up all of those pillars. It took me it took me about 60 hours to collect all these slime blocks. Which I did over the span of like 5 weeks. So I'm not entirely sure. I think I'm going to get rid of the end island and have everything in preparation for the next phase, and that will be one video. But my goal, like I was thinking about this while I was on my walk yesterday. My goal is to reach 1 million subscribers in the next 12 months, which sounds absurd, and it's the type of goal that like actually makes my stomach flip over, because having gotten to this point with my I think prior to it, I would say something like that, knowing that I wasn't putting out very good content. It was like, I'm just going to say that just because I can. But having found a little bit of like momentum on YouTube, like the thought of getting to that level absolutely terrifies me. Wacky Phil, what's going on? Welcome back, dude. Time Slime, you're alive. I'm glad to hear it. And so my goal genuinely is 1 million subscribers. And so I have a game plan sort of like the type of content I want to put out and how I'm going to do it. Whether or not it actually turns into that, I don't know. But it's a large enough goal that it scares me. I do think I can make a solid push towards that if I pump out really good content, which I don't know. I feel like it's getting better, but I don't know. I'd be really interested to see what a live stream like this would look like with 100,000 subscribers versus what I have now versus 500,000 and so on. But like I said earlier, the only reason I stream is because it gives me the ability to put content out regularly while I'm working on the actual video.
Yeah.
Move over, guys. But I will say that like the whole monetary aspect of YouTube is very confusing.
There's levels to it that I will never understand.
Right.
It's literally a business to so many people. Like,
yeah.
There's people that's like, oh, I want to post a video. When you think of posting a video, you think of, oh, I'm going to stream X amount to get clips for X amount of things, put it together. I need a time record, any of this. A lot of people hear, oh, I need a new video. Okay, production's $2,000. We're going to net a return of 10,000.
Definitely one day. I'll get there.
Amount of subs. How can
Slow
we
and steady.
scale this out in even bigger numbers? How can we schedule this? How many people do we need to hire for a staff? Do we need a research person? What niche should we go into? Should we start another channel? And it's like, what?
I don't want to think that hard. I had someone come into the stream, like that really big stream that I had, and they were like, "I'll pay you. I'll donate $50, whatever, $100, whatever it was, if you'll jump into the end with all your stuff." And I was like, one, you couldn't pay me. You wouldn't. The price you'd have to pay me, you wouldn't want to pay me to jump into the end. I was like, it took me 60 hours to collect all this stuff. I was like, pay me $50. That's not even minimum wage. Minimum wage where I live, you'd have to pay me at least $425. Nah, bro, you're out of your mind. And I was like, in second, yeah, I'm like, bro, y'all understand. I'm not as monetarily driven as people may think I am.
Oh, 100%.
Like, nah, bro, I play Minecraft because I enjoy it. I make content because I enjoy it. If I make money from it, yay, like that is a cherry on top. It's not at the end all be all. It's not why I started making content. I've been making content for way too long for me to be driven by the money. Now,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No. Well, I just think like if it would be different if I was like making $250,000, in a month, like Courage JD did. I don't know if that's what he averaged. I doubt that's what he averages. I don't know what he averages, but I know he's had a month like that. Then we might have a different conversation of, no, I'm doing this because not only does it feed my family, it feeds my family very well. But I'm making enough money to buy McDonald's. So there's that. When do you think you're going to hit 2K subs? I have no earthly idea. Probably. Oh, that'd be crazy. Probably in the next, I would say 2 to 3 weeks. Just depending on how much streaming I do and how well the streams do. It won't be from any, like if I don't stream at all, then I won't hit it anytime soon. I probably won't hit it for 6 or 7 months. Just because your videos kind of have a lifespan sort of. As you post new videos, if you make evergreen content, then those videos will pick up as you post new videos, but I'm not going to be ready to make my next video for probably at least 3 months is what I'm assuming, just based off of how long it's taking me to place all this stuff. I'm placing somewhere around 10,000 blocks an hour, and I still have to place another 80,000. So I have another 8 or 9 hours of doing this. We'll probably say we'll err on the side of safety. So I'll probably have another 10 hours of placing blocks, right? if you account for like breaks and other stuff. 10 hours of that, and then I gotta mine this out by hand. I mean, I guess I could use TNT dupers, but I'm afraid that the TNT is gonna blow up the slime. And if that happens, I'll have a mental breakdown. And so in an attempt to keep myself sane, I'm probably gonna mine most of this out by hand, and that's probably gonna take 30 to 40 hours. I mean, I guess if I sat here for 10 hours a day, every day for the next 2 weeks, I could have a video out in the next month and a half, but yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. McDonald's, oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, I make enough money to purchase McDonald's, so thank you for anybody who has contributed to my channel and its growth. I get to go to the Golden Arches from time to time, which I don't even like McDonald's all that much. I don't ever go to McDonald's. I can't remember the last time I went to McDonald's. It's been at minimum 6 months, but it's probably been closer to a year plus. I went to... I'm going to be immune to the void soon. That's 100% true. It's going to be so nice not having to worry about falling in this place. I've lost only 1 slime block by hitting it on accident. I've lost 7 shulker boxes worth of slime blocks due to my game crashing. And I fell in the void. Or, well, my stream crashed, which froze the screen that I play on. And I fell in... Well, I guess it didn't really freeze the screen. It, like, froze my mouse. I fell into the void, and then I got it to stop, and by the time I got it to stop, I was dying. Too late. But nonetheless, I'm not upset about that or anything. I didn't go take a shower afterwards in an attempt to not destroy my computer and my monitor. But yeah, no, just a lot of work for something that there's no value in making this floor. I just did math wrong and put 70,000 blocks down and didn't want to destroy those 70,000 blocks, and so this is where we are, you know? But it will mean that I'm going to be, like, it just looks insane staring at this floor. It doesn't even look real. It's so weird. I don't know how to explain it, but dedication, consistency it's a powerful thing, guys, all right? Powerful. Who was it? I think it was Jim Rohn who said consistency over intensity is how you find success. David, yo dude, what's up? How are you, man? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, Quacky, it was a sad day when that happened. But now I have my boy Mumbo. He's in Discord with me. We're just chilling, chatting. I haven't talked to him in a while. So we're just hanging out. He's working, right? I think.
Yeah.
You're getting close to being done, right? 4?
Yeah, my work day ends at 3:30, so another little less than 2 hours.
Let's go.
I'm streaming. I'm grinding to pizza.
Oh, I can't wait. I don't know what you were talking about, those packs. I don't know what you were speaking a different language. But the fact that you're excited about it made me excited. It is real. Oh, this is very real. There's nothing more real than you know, computer generated slime blocks. Imagine if these things were real though. Like just go outside and jump on them. That'd be fun.
Okay. Wait, did I tell you it was like a few months ago you guys my church? Did I tell you about that?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I do gotta fix the Enderman farm though. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. 1 second.
Guys, the amount of cramps that are developing in my right hand don't even make sense. I have a special level of hand cramp going on. And it's like not even the center of my hand. Like the center of my hand is starting to get tired. It's my fingers that are beginning to cramp. Ugh. It no feel good.
There was a girl that was in my Bible study, in the last Bible study I was a part of, that ended in the new year.
Okay.
But she joined it because she just graduated from UW-Madison, and
Okay.
she joined our group. And at the time, when she first joined, I'm like, this is the most beautiful woman I've ever laid my eyes upon. I am 100% going to try to make, I don't know the situation, but and literally as like she's introducing herself to the group, we're like going around talking. The first words out of her mouth to like the whole group, she's like, "Hi, I just like got out of a 4-year long relationship and I'm really hurting right now." I'm like, oh no,
no.
like that's sad that she's dealing with that, but like, also too, I'm like, this kind of like wrecks my plan. But like I'd see her each week, and every time like we would talk, I feel like there was a good back and forth. But also, I would like catch her making eye contact with me across the room, and then like I'd look up and she looks away. I'm like, okay, there might be something here.
Yeah.
And so we had like a end of connection group party. It was like it was in November or something. It was gonna end in December, but like not everyone could come. So we were there. Like my sister was even there for a bit to kind of like meet some of my friends. And I feel like we had a good back and forth. And then I go.
Yeah, if I hold right click and press F3T, then I have to hit my clicks perfectly.
Right next to me. We start
My
watching.
aim is not that good.
I'm like, oh, okay. I'm sensing a little something here.
That makes sense.
But there was enough people at the party where there wasn't like enough time, like intimate alone, to like really talk. So I'm like, dang, I was gonna ask her out in person, but I don't think I'm gonna see her again after this because she's leaving the group. So I'm like, shoot, I'm gonna text her. So I texted her. I was like, hey, I love to get to know you more and like take you out on a date. And she said she really appreciates it, but she's still getting over her last relationship, and she's just not in a position to where she wants to date. So it's not like a no, but like the best thing she can say is like no at this time. So she, like, in my head, made it clear that it's like, oh, it's not that she's not interested. She had the opportunity to say that. It's just the position where she's just not ready to date yet. I'm like, oh, that's respectable. I completely understand it, and probably like the most healthy thing you can do. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna forget about this, move on, talk to other people, yada yada. And then she ended up going to the gym I go to, so I would see her when we were there.
Oh my gosh!
Like we occasionally start like talking in the gym. And I'm like, okay. I at this point it's been like that was November. I asked her out. It's now March. I'm like, okay, there's an opportunity here. Let me ask her out in person this time. So like we're talking, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go finish my workout, but like before I go, I just wanted to like see kind of what your situation, if anything's changed. Because I'd still love to take you out. And she's like, I really appreciate you being straightforward. It truly is the case that I'm still just not ready to date yet, blah, blah, blah. And I even said to her, I'm like, if you're just not interested in me, you can let me know too, and it's like no problem. And she basically made it clear that like it was really just that situation. And in my head, I'm like, okay, is it really that, or is she afraid to say no? But at this point, I'm like, okay, that's done. I asked twice. If anything would happen, the ball has to be in her court. So my new connection group I'm in, her roommate was in my Bible study / connection group is what we call them, and we were in the same food group or whatever you call it, like where you make a meal every like once a week. You get assigned like throughout the month. So we were team 3. It's like every 3rd week in the month we'd have to make a meal. So we would have to plan in advance the stuff we were going to get. But if someone has to miss, you have to like pick up the items for them. So her roommate was going to make this food, but wasn't there to bring it. So she was like, oh, I can stop by your house and get it. And in my head, I'm like, oh, let me just like make it easier. I can come pick it up. It's on the way to my gym. I know where she lives. And she's like, all right, sweet. Feel free to like walk in the door when you get here. I'm like, okay. Not thinking anything of it. Literally, I walked in and her roommate is right there, like ready to have a conversation with me. I'm like, oh, interesting. And it looked kind of like set up like that. I'm like, huh. And so it was gonna be a quick in and out, but I ended up staying for over half an hour talking to her, flirting back and forth. And then when I left, I the next week had to bring the like Tupperwares back. So I'm like, oh. She offered to like bring it out, come pick it up for me. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna go to your apartment again.
I'll bring it.
Last time I was over there,
I'll bring it.
like me and your roommate were reconnected a little bit. So like I go over there, and the first words the girl in my connection group says to me, she's like, sorry, it's just me this time, so you don't get to flirt with my roommate.
Yo.
I was
That's
like,
hilarious.
Did you pick it up on that? And she's like, yeah, we were actually talking about it. And I'm like, oh, you guys are talking about me. And she's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. She's like, you want to explain what that situation is? I kind of filled her in a little more. But like one of the things that I told her, I'm like, if it's not the case that like let's say she's not ready for dating again. My only thing is like she's getting relatively close with my ex-girlfriend, so I don't know if that would be a deal breaker to a certain extent. Obviously, I dated my ex for a very brief period of time. It was years ago, and they got close after the fact, so it wasn't like a purposeful thing. But I started even saying it to my roommate. She's like, nope, you don't have to worry about that. That wouldn't be a reason. I'm like, oh, so sounds like they had a conversation about this.
Let's go.
Confused. I'm like, okay, sounds like there's a chance here. So, we had an end of the year party this past week at my apartment. We reserved the room, and even though it's usually just for our connection group, you can invite people too. So I'm like, oh, let your roommates know they're more than welcome to come. And she's like, I'll let them know. And I thought they were gonna make an appearance, so I had my mom make like extra cupcakes. So I was gonna bring it to them, but she shows up and her roommates aren't there. I'm like, dang it, shoot! I'm like, there goes my opportunity. But like, I started talking to her more while we were there, hanging out, talked about the situation a little more, and then the next day, I'm at the end of my work day, and I get a text message, and it's, hey. Oh, I should probably give names so it's easier to follow. I keep saying roommate. So the girl I want to date is named Jenica, and Sophie is the girl in my connection group. So I get a text message from Sophie on Friday. Thursday was the party we just had at my apartment. Everyone loved it. They weren't there. The girl I wanted to be there wasn't, but Sophie was. And Sophie says, hey, can my other roommate and Jenica come tan tomorrow at your apartment? Smiley face. I'm like, ooh. My wing woman? My wing woman? I see you.
Yeah, you're Iceman.
I know behind the scenes, I'm like, hey, if you could like help me out, I would really appreciate it. She's like, I would love to. And she's like, I've been saying all these great things about you, blah blah blah. Like she's not lying about anything, but she's like telling her all these stories.
She's putting a good word for you.
Okay. And she makes it sound like it's really promising. And so she comes over, they tan. I don't want to be like too overbearing. Like I'm not gonna tan with them. They're doing their own thing. Like, I want to see them. I want to hang out. So, I tell them, I'm like, okay, when you get here, meet me by the tennis court, and I'll let you in, because it's, like, a locked area, and you need to, like, get into the tanning area. Sure. And it just so happens, I was done with my workout from the gym. I was doing cardio in the form of soccer on the tennis court. May or may not have had my shirt off as like a,
guys
coming. I set up this like scenario like, okay, put my shirt on, go to talk to them, let them in. I'm like, yeah, if you guys need anything, like let me know. I'm just gonna be like finishing up out here. And like there's a bunch of like seats open where they can like tan. But where do they go to tan? Right where you can see the basketball court that
exactly.
Like, okay,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I sat there for like another half an hour. I'm like, all right, I feel like this is an adequate amount of time. Let me go. My aunt's dog was staying with us, so I'm like, oh, let me go get my aunt's dog. I'm gonna go take my aunt's dog for a walk. Just so happen to like keep like walking by them. She keeps looking over at me. I'm like, I'm feeling it. When they're done tanning, we're like hanging out, talking for like 15 minutes with them before they had to go. I was like, yes, let's go. Only bad thing is, Sophie, she just left for Iowa. She was moving, so my wing woman is now gone.
No.
So now I don't have as much of that like commonplace to hang out with them anymore, and especially. The group setting's nice because it gives you a way to hang out without having a date, which I really appreciate because it's like I want to make sure she feels comfortable, but also more opportunities to see her. And before I said bye to them on Saturday when they came over to tan, Sophie was saying like, "Oh yeah, like I'm heading out, blah blah blah." I made a joke like, guess you don't get to come over anymore, but your roommates are more than welcome to. And Jenica, the girl I really want to date, she like made a comment. She's like, "Yeah, I think we're gonna have to come back without." And I'm like, to Sophie. I'm like, okay, so that sounds like she wants to go back.
Yes.
So, I have her number, but I haven't like really texted her ever. The text I originally sent to her was on WhatsApp for our like Bible study group.
Oh,
so
yeah,
this
yeah.
is like my first text I was gonna send to her outside of that. And remember, I already at this point asked her out twice. Once in person in November, or once on the phone in November, once in person in March. It is
Yeah.
now June. So I send her a text, and I don't want to like ask her on a date, but like let her know like they're more than welcome to keep coming over. So I was like, hey, it was nice seeing you. You and your roommate are welcome to come tan. Just let me know in advance. But we're also like, I'm having people throughout the summer coming over to play pickleball, go swimming, all these other things.
Yeah.
You guys are more than welcome to come too. And I send that on Tuesday, and I still
Okay.
haven't gotten a response. Left undelivered. I don't know. Probably read the cheats are off. But so now it's like one of those frustrating.
Dang. Oh. Now you just gotta wait, and hopefully something happens. Oh, dang.
Well, like,
Okay.
the-
But it
the
sounds
most
fruitful.
It is, but the most frustrating thing is, and I kind of wish it was the other way. I wish it was the case. It's like, hey, I'm looking too much and things, and she's like, I just don't feel a connection, or I really would want to like date you. It would be very easy just to hear like, hey, I'm not interested. But,
Right.
like, in my head, she is trying to find every way possible to not only not say that.
Right.
She's like going out of her way, her talking to her about me and all these things.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, dude. And that's the hardest part, because it's like, there's no guarantee that there's ever going to be a date. There's no guarantee that like it lead to anything. But especially now that the ball's like completely in her court, I can't be a like stalker weirdo just like breaking like these boundaries or barriers of like, hey, where can I see her again?
Right.
Ask her, like, make her feel uncomfortable. It now literally has to be her shooting her shot at me,
Right.
which is very frustrating.
Right. Ball's in her court now. That is such a tough place to be. Wait 1 second. Hold on, my brother called. Let me see what he needed. That is such a hard place to be, though. But you've done your job. You've done the work. Set up the groundwork. Now you just need her to finish.
But like, also, it's one of those things too where I was saying, purposely as much of myself as possible. I'm not trying to hide how I'm feeling about anything. It's the most freeing thing in the world, because she respects it in the form of the communication. She knows exactly how I feel.
Right.
But because she knows exactly how I feel, it upsets me, because it's like, I feel like I don't know how she feels.
Right.
It would
Right.
make it so much easier.
Dang. You have to keep me updated. So now that you've talked about all that, I didn't know all this extra stuff. So I remember you talking about, you did mention having talked to some, like asking her out in November. I do remember that now. But I think everything else I don't think I had heard of. No.
Did I tell you my first day at the new gym, when I was getting to tour, she was with my ex-girlfriend. They were doing a workout together, and I kind of ran into them with my like trainer dude.
I don't know if, so I remember you mentioning that you ran into your ex there.
Yeah,
But
so
I don't
this
think you
girl was
remember.
with her. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
So
so I purposely avoided that. I'm like, shoot, I can't go over near them.
right. God, this is awkward. You're still going to that same gym though, right?
Dude, I love it so much. Yeah,
Really?
I want to start getting to pick up basketball. When I first, it was winter, so a lot of my cardio, I would go shoot a basketball. But the thing is, they're always so busy. Half
Yeah.
the courts are like pickleball. Like they'll put nets out there and people will play pickleball, so the hoops aren't in use. But then the other
Okay.
ones are all people running games. My thing is, I don't mind running games. I just want to shoot around with my AirPods in and
Yeah.
enjoy music. If I'm gonna get competitive and do games, I want to play against like guys who aren't really super competitive. That way, I can do better. I would
Yeah.
hate to just like show up and be on a team with people who are all tryhards, all basketball players, and I just can't keep up with the rhythm. That would piss me off.
I can't keep
Because
up with it.
I'm like, hey, I know I'm not as good as you guys. I don't know what you're expecting, but I'm just gonna be over here being a shooter.
Right, that makes sense. I'm trying to think, is there any place that I don't know if there's any gyms in my city that actually. There's one. There's one where they run pickup, but it's a guy who's a trainer, and so it's like college and pros, and so you got to pay to run. And I'm like,
Yeah, I just thought about your brother the other day because the gym I go to, and it was a woman. The University of Marquette, was a basketball player, played professionally in like Germany for a bit. Now she's doing like $50 sessions.
Yeah.
She got the email through the gym for anyone interested. I'm like, oh, that's sick.
That is so cool. Yeah, my brother doesn't want one because his back hurts. He's still trying to lose some weight, goal weight. But he was like, I was like, are you gonna? He's one of those ones that's like, yeah, I want to run against the pros. I'm one of those ones that's like, bro, I don't really. If my body hurts too bad for the most part, I'm too out of shape to want to do that. And there's no benefit. It's not like I'm actually playing pro. So, but he's interested in that because he probably, I mean, wasn't injured, would have probably gone pro. I think he was good enough to go to the NBA. I'm pretty sure he would have gone to the NBA. But point is he was like, I want to run with those guys, like, but I just can't. I'm too heavy and my body hurts too much. But I don't know if they'd actually invite him because it's like invite only. So not only do you have to pay, but you also have to be invited to it, and I don't think you'll ever be invited. Mainly because that trainer, not like they're not cordial or anything, but they're both trainers here in the city.
Your competition.
Yeah, and my brother, probably, arguably one of the best basketball players ever come out of our city, despite not making it to the league. He was that kind of athlete, and just body couldn't handle beat down that basketball provided, so he had a lot of surgeries. I mean, I would love to watch him play in that because he's kind of like us, where he like, you know, you gave me a funny look. Why'd you give me that look? Oh, you don't think I can go, huh? Okay, but they're like, what? No, I wasn't even. I don't know. I was just thinking about something. No. I know what you were doing. That's cool. No, bet. Check up. They're like, what?
Has he hit you up at all about apparel for a clothing brand? Because I think I saw
all the time.
A post for him saying he's interested in doing that for his business.
All the time. He's shooting me different logos and different ideas and all sorts of stuff that he's been working on. He's been working pretty hard on trying to get the apparel off the ground. So he's currently having a custom shoe made, and he will be sending those to the professional. So there's a professional player from Spain on the women's Spanish team, and he went to school with. They played at Maine together, and but they both played at Maine at the same time. And she is like their first quote unquote global athlete for his brand that he's putting on, that he's building. So working on a shoe for her, and we'll have that sent to her at some point in the future. I don't know when, but and then he's going to send all the apparel and stuff that he comes out with. The biggest thing that he's having issues with is like the name and the actual brand because of trademarks and stuff like that. So he's had to change the name like, I don't know, 4 times I think, and he's trying to work on logo. He's had to change the logo a few times, so he's just working on getting all that together. But once that's done, he will finalize all the other stuff and get that stuff out. And he's had a number of athletes ask him about it, and he was like, I realized that like Nike and Under Armour, all these companies when they first started, eventually got to the point where they're like, how do we build this massive brand? And everything he's read about them, they were like, at some point we just took a risk, and it was like, I'm gonna go ask these athletes and tell them like, I can't give you money because I don't have any, but I can provide you with all this gear if you'll wear it. That's something you're interested in. You'll be a global athlete, or if you'll be an athlete for my brand. And that's how it kind of started. I think with Under Armour, it was Georgia Tech, I think is what he said. Like, he basically, the guy who started Under Armour was like, I have all this stuff. And Georgia Tech was like, well, we use cotton, and this is what we like. And thinking back on it now, I'm like, I remember wearing cotton in high school, being like, dude, this stuff is heavy. And then them switching it over to Under Armour. But nonetheless, he went to Georgia Tech, and he was like, I will give you all this gear for free if you will just wear it. And they were like, no. And he did this for like months until eventually he was just like, take it and try it. And if you hate it, fine. But I have it, and I'm giving it to you for free. And Georgia Tech was like, okay, fine, whatever. And they took it and wore it for a few workouts and were like, okay, and like they bought like $10,000 worth of orders after that or something crazy, or 10,000 units or something like that. It was something insane. And that was what kickstarted. So it's like, he basically reached out to this friend, was like, hey, I can't give you money, but would you be interested? I'm trying to start this thing, this brand. Are you interested in it? And she was like, yeah, from what I've heard. And apparently she doesn't have any sponsorships right now that she has to worry about. So it was like, timing worked out perfectly. But she did let him know. She's like, I'm just letting you know now, if Nike comes knocking, I'm going. Like, he's like, I wouldn't expect you to do anything other than that. But until Nike starts knocking on the door, or Under Armour or whatever starts knocking on the door, is this something you're down for? Yep. That's kind of sick. Tired of placing climb. Losing my mind. No, it does. Like, I know the space is getting smaller, but it doesn't feel like it is. Such a massive space.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm starting to get like depressingly low on. I'm not slime, but it feels like I am, and I'm like, did I not do the math right? There's no way I didn't do the math right. I ran it multiple times. Do it again. Did I not do it right? No, there's no way I didn't do it right. I don't know, man. I think I did it right. No, surely I did. Okay, I don't have any idea if I did this right. I'm like second guessing myself now. Where am I? How many shoulder boxes do I have left? Dude, I don't feel like I have enough. What is happening here? What is wrong with me? How many blocks? Let me just count really quick. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And what am I doing? Do it this way. I'm being dumb. Starts at 0. Dude. Am I dumb? I might actually be dumb. How far did I go? $256. 256 plus 256 plus the 1, right? Yeah. $512. No, I should be good. Yeah. I don't know if I'm good at math. I don't think I am. I think I'm just a little dumb. Just a little bit. This should be 256. Yeah, no, I think I did it right. I don't know. I'm overthinking it. I'm not gonna worry about it.
Oh, dude, I saw a video the other day. So this guy was going on walks, and like, you know how like whether you live by a park or like you just have trails, places where if you're on a trail, there's a lot of areas where it's like wooded and you're kind of alone, and like you can meet anyone back there.
Yeah.
So this guy sets up a camera, and he pretends to be like an old man on a walker, And
Okay.
like so he's like doing that and waiting for like people to come up behind him, and then like he ditches the walker. He starts like going away from the walker and like convulsing, standing up like kind of straight.
Yeah.
And, like the people like see him and like freeze and like what the hell's going on? And then he'll like lean over backwards and put his hands on the ground and fucking backwards like he's like an alien possessed by something.
Ah, nah, bro.
And I need to find it. It was the funniest thing I've seen in a minute. And like one of the dogs that was on a walk saw it and looked at its owner like, "You seen what I'm seeing? What's going on here?"
No shot, bro. I'm gone. I'm gone. It's not even a second thought. I'm gone.
Dude, I don't know where he saw it though. Take that. Take some rails.
That's insanity. What a funny practical joke, though. Good for him.
Yeah, harmless unless someone gets a heart attack.
Alright. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll use some of that time. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm ending the stream here because it's been 5.5 hours. Alright, and then I think I have a couple of pieces. That doesn't matter. I can mine that tomorrow.